and 3,500 teams in all 50 states, Canada, and Puerto Rico. This from the American Legion Baseball fact sheet that was included in a previous program here in a tournament that was played earlier this year. Well, again, on the plate here on the field for Game 1, we have Clark Willow Lake post 60 against Del Rapids post 65. Welcome into our friends from Power 106.3 today as well for this game. So all Clark Willow Lake games will be on Power 106.3. All of Groton games will be on our sister station B103. And then, of course, KMSD is doing all the games. No matter who's playing, we'll be here. Myself or Micah will be here bringing you the coverage here on KMSD. So this tournament doesn't end until Tuesday. So we've got lots and lots of baseball here to play in beautiful Millbank, South Dakota. All right, again, Clark Willow Lake post 60. They defeated Lake Norden Badger 12-11 to claim the Region 6B championship. Del Rapids post 65 defeated Volga 7-1 to claim the Region 2B championship. So Del's post 60 is from Region 2B. Clark Willow Lake post 60 is from Region 6B. Del Rapids has won back-to-back state Class B high school baseball championships, including a 5-4 walk-off win over Dakota Valley in May. It is their fourth high school championship in the past 5 years, fifth overall championship for Del Rapids high school-wise since 2017. The reason I bring that up because a lot of the same players are appearing on the field here today. Del Rapids won the 2023 American Legion Baseball State Championship. I know you're wondering who won last year's state Class B American Legion Championship. That was Elk Point Jefferson. They defeated Parkston 5-2 in Salem, where the state tournament was last year. All right, we are getting ready for more of the pregame ceremonies. We will have national anthem singers here and everything, so we'll try to put that live on the air here as well. But in the meantime, we are going to step aside for a little while here for a timeout, and we'll be back with more of pregame coverage from Millbank from the Class B State American Legion Baseball Tournament. Clark Willow Lake post 60 against Del Rapids post 65 coming up. And we'll be back with more coming up in 3 minutes on KMSD, Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Millbank Legion Post 9 welcomes all teams and fans to the state tournament. Millbank is the birthplace of Legion Baseball, and they're honored to be able to host the event at the new ballpark. What started 100 years ago has grown to over 50 states and Canada, with over 3,500 teams participating. American Legion Baseball, giving players an opportunity to develop their skills, personal fitness, leadership qualities, and have more fun. Play ball.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug. Everyday savings close to home.
Looking to sell your home or lake place? First Choice Real Estate is here to help. Whether you're upsizing, downsizing, or simply looking for a fresh start, they want your listing. Their experienced team of agents are ready to go to work for you with proven marketing strategies and a local touch and the local knowledge you can trust. Contact First Choice Real Estate in Millbank today to list your property. Make First Choice Real Estate your first choice. Online at millbanksbest.com. Roy's Sports Shop in Watertown welcomes all teams and fans to town for the Legion Tournament. Roy's has been the sporting goods leader in this area for over 55 years. Uniforms, sports equipment for baseball, softball, hockey, and more. Plus, clothing and footwear, too. Get in the game. Get into Roy's Sports Shop on Highway 212 in Watertown, across from Watertown Ford. Shop weekdays 9 to 6, 10 to 3 on Saturday.
Calling all anglers and adventurers. Discover the ultimate convenience store at Jurgen Sea Store in Wilmot. New to our lineup, live bait. That's right, we've got fresh minnows and wriggling worms to help you hook the big one. But wait, there's more. Our deli serves up savory burgers, mouth-watering Piccadilly pizza, snacks, cold beverages, and a whole lot of yum. And don't forget to top off your tank while you're here. Fill up your car, pickup, and boat with top-notch gas so you can hit the road or the water without missing a beat. For all your fishing and fueling needs, there's only one name to remember. Jurgen Sea Store in Wilmot. Another great Stills and Oil Company Sea Store. Let the adventure begin.
Hi, Darren Mertens here from Millbank Ford. We have a great new inventory on hand here, so come in, check them out, take a test drive, and have Chuck work out a great deal for you for some new transportation. We also have a lot of very nice pre-owned units. If you are in the need of service, call in and talk to Gene, Ryan, and they will take care of all your maintenance and repair needs. 605-432-4525 or millbankford.net. Millbank Ford, West Highway 12 in Millbank.
And we are meeting the teams formally here at the Lake Farley Park, Legion Field at Lake Farley Park here in Millbank, South Dakota. So let's do the same thing here. For the visitors on the scoreboard this morning, for the Del Rapids Post 65 team, they'll lead off. Number 3, the second baseman Cole Rusink, batting number 2 at short. Drake Eastman, batting number 3, he's on the bump. Tad Chaden, batting cleanup. The left fielder Connor Hansen, batting number 5. In center field, Jackson Peppel, batting 6th. And catching, Gage Bunkers, batting number 7. At first base, Lincoln Fursdahl, batting number 8. At third base, number 28, Talon Millage, and batting number 9 in right field, Kenny Swanson. Del Rapids Post 65's reserves are Jake Heinitz, Jackson Ehlers, Tommy Lavoie, and Matt Nelson. Head coach for Del Rapids is Danny Miller. He's assisted by Fran Rusink and Steve Millage. Now for the Clark-Willow Post 60 team, the home team on the scoreboard today. They will bat this way. Cooper Palmer batting at third base, wearing number 1, batting number 2 at shortstop, number 14, Watson Grantham, batting number 3 at catching, Jacob Steen, batting number 4. At second base, number 11, Tyson Huber, batting number 5. He is right fielder, number 16, Colin Gaikowski, batting number 6. At first base is number 7, Jack Helkin, batting number 7, the DH, number 55, Kai Vandersnick, batting number 8. In center field, number 10, Will Hovde, batting number 9. And in left field is number 44, Waylon Olson, and on the bump is number 2, Josh Canigator. Clark Post 60 is coached by Chris Bokinski and Hudson Fuller and Trey Huber. So again, welcome into State Class B American Legion Baseball here from the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. Again, I'm Chad. I'll take you through today, and we will have a lot of baseball here for you, 4 games, and we should tell you our umpires for today. Behind home plate, Matt Clark. At first base is Dan Lund, and at third base is Lloyd Jones. So we are going to have the Legion Creed now, and we'll try to carry all that on the air for you here as well.
Athletic Commissioner Dan Carson will lead us in the American Legion Code of Sportsmanship. Please remain standing and direct your attention to the third baseline for the presentation of the colors for today's game. Presenting the colors are members of Birch Miller Post 9. remain standing at attention until the colors have been retired. Ladies and gentlemen. The national anthem will be sung by Millbank High School students Rebecca LaValle, Macy Mueller, and Alyssa Tomac.
And having some on-field mic problems there for the national anthem. But now the color guard is going off the field, and then we'll be set for State Legion Baseball, game number 1, here from the beautiful Legion Field at Lake Farley Park, here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. All right, we are ready for action. Play ball, and we found Clark Willow Lake's reserves, by the way, too. Number 20 is Charlie Luvas, number 43 is Max Brotland, and number 61 is Damian Severson. All right, so again, Clark is the home team. Clark Willow Lake is the home team here on the scoreboard. And we are getting ready here for game 1. 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. And then we branch out from there. This doesn't end until Tuesday. So Clark Willow Lake is going to occupy the third base dugout here at Legion Field at Farley Park. And the visitors on the scoreboard, Del Rapids. Post number 65 will be occupying the first base dugout. Again, welcome to each and every one of you, whether you're listening on KMSD, Power 106.3, or watching our video and audio stream, bigstoneradio.com. Again, welcome in. We've got a lot of baseball here for you, and glad to bring it to you as well. We want to thank some of our sponsors here as well for bringing you these games. On the Clark Willow Lake side of things, West Side Implement, Clark Ace Hardware, Ag Works of Clark, and Angels Attic Thrift Store. So thank you to those fine folks. And all game sponsors, Birch Miller Post 9, American Legion Post here from Millbank, Lewis Family Drug, First Choice Real Estate, Roy's Sports Shop, Jurgen C-Store, Millbank Ford, Harry's Implement, Fernie, Street Graphics, Schmidt's Landing, Millbank Eye Care, Otter Tail Power Company, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Al's Body Shop, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen Ortonville, Dakota Country Ag Service, Whetstone Sanitation, Millstone Family Restaurant, Pro Image Partners, First Bank and Trust of Millbank, and Bean Pharmacy as well. So anyway, Clark Willow Lake, let's set them defensively in left field. Waylon Olson in center field is Will Hovde. Over and right is Colin Gaikowski. Around the infield for CWL, post 60. At third base, Cooper Palmer. At short, Watson Grantham. At second base, Tyson Huber. And over at first, Jack Helkin. Behind the dish, catching, is Jacob Steen and pitching is Josh Canigator, tall right-handed pitcher for Clark Willow Lake. Del Rapids' Tad Chaden, the opposing pitcher today, he's very tall as well. So we've got a very tall pitching starters here today for Clark Willow Lake and Del Rapids. Again, Clark Willow Lake, your Region 6B champions. Del Rapids Post 65, Region 2B's champions. Again, in the championship game, Clark Willow Lake Post 60 defeated Lake Norden Badger in a squeaker 12-11. Tyson Huber stole home on a wild pitch to walk off that win for Clark Willow Lake in the championship against Lake Norden Badger. And of course, Del Rapids, like we said earlier, defeated Volga 7-1 to become the Region 2B champs. All right, we are ready for baseball here in Millbank on a Friday morning. I apologize if I say Friday afternoon or evening. We're still playing breakfast brunch baseball here this morning. And in the batter's box now for Del Rapids, Post 65 at second base, number 3, Cole Rusink. Rusink takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch from Canigator. That's high. 2 balls and no strikes. And so Chaden has a no ball, one strike count. Canigator comes to the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Chaden. Throw down to second. Head first dive in safely is Drake Eastman. So Drake Eastman is at second with the stolen base. No score, just underway here. Game one of the state Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here from Millbank. Del Rapids is batting as the visitors here in game number one. And here's the pitch. That's high and outside to Chaden. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to number 13, the Del Rapids post 65 pitcher, Tad Chaden. And here is the pitch now from Canigator. That's a curveball, but hangs outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Tad Chaden. Connor Hansen waits on deck. No score here. Del Rapids has Drake Eastman at second. And 1 out. Here's the pitch. There goes the runner to third. Throw down to third is a little bit high. And sliding in head first is Drake Eastman. So Drake has 2 stolen bases now, and he's at third with 1 out, or 2 outs, as Tad Chaden strikes out. And so that now will bring up the cleanup hitter, number 11, the left fielder, Connor Hansen, for Del Rapids, post number 65. There's a pitch to Hansen. He takes it. 1 ball and no strikes. In the first of 4 games here today from the Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. That's right across the plate from Canigator, but high. So 2 balls and no strikes now. Getting ahead is Connor Hansen. With Eastman on third, and there is a hit to third. Third baseman Cooper Palmer across the diamond with a strong throw. And that is it for Del Rapids here in the top of the first inning. Half an inning, State Class B American Legion Baseball. Del Rapids 0, Clark Willow Lake coming to bat. We'll be back with it in 1 minute on KMSD, Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Step up to the plate with farm equipment you can count on. From Harry Implement in Fernie, your hometown Case IH and Massey Ferguson dealer, delivering a lineup of tractors, combines, and hay equipment that hits it out of the park. Need parts? Service? We're in your corner. Family owned since 1935. Harry Implement is built on hard work and rooted in the land, just like America's pastime. Harry Implement in Fernie. Sales, service, and parts that cover all the bases. Harry Implement, proud to support the Groton Legion Post 39 baseball team at the state tournament.
Here's where the good ideas come from. Street Graphics, Main Street, Millbank. Working with local schools to provide ideas and solutions for fundraising. They can customize a design just for you. T-shirts, trophies, banners, buttons, contract printing, they do it all. They work in quantities from 1 to 5,000. Printing and promotions, they print on anything but paper. See them at streetgraphics.com. That's graphics with an EX. Main Street, Millbank, South Dakota. Streetgraphics.com.
And let's set Del Rapids post 60 for you here defensively. In left field, Connor Hansen. In center is Jackson Peppel. Over and right is Kenny Swanson. Around the infield for post 65, Talon Millage is at third. Drake Eastman is at short. Cole Rusink at second. Lincoln Fursdahl at first. Behind the dish is Gage Bunkers doing the catching. And on the bump is tall, left-handed pitcher Tad Chaden for Del Rapids, post number 65. Saw Tad pitch earlier this season right here in this ballpark against Millbank. And he threw a shutout against the post number 9 team earlier. So Tad Chaden has a good fastball and a good changeup as well. Tad Chaden now is Clark Willow Lake, post 60. Cooper Palmer, the third baseman, number 1, leads off. So lefty against lefty here in the first at-bat. Third baseman Talon Millage playing on the infield portion of the grass, possibly expecting a bunt from Palmer. Palmer doesn't square to bunt that time, takes a strike. No balls and 1 strike now to Cooper Palmer. Here's the Chaden pitch. That is outside and low. 1 ball and 1 strike now to the Clark Willow Lake post 60 third baseman Cooper Palmer. No score here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a foul off the catcher's helmet, actually back behind home plate. So Tad Jaden jumps ahead now, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Cooper Palmer. Watson Grantham waits on deck for Clark Willow Lake, post number 60. One ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. That's an opposite field hit, and that is going to go for a single to left field. Again, Palmer just took it the other way and dumped it into left field. Palmer's on first now with the opening inning single. And these teams have met earlier this year. Brady Femling was telling me earlier today, and it was Del Rapids beating Clark Willow Lake 1-0 at the Clark Rotary Tournament. So that was a good game, obviously. So we should be set up for a dandy here in game number 1. As Palmer is at first base, Grantham is in the batter's box now, the shortstop. He squares to bunt, drags it down the first base line. What a nice bunt, but Chaden fields his position and misses the runner. Watson Grantham is getting safe at first base. And Palmer is at second. That's going to be a bunt single for Watson Grantham. What a hustle play. What Grantham did, Grantham is a right-handed batter. He kind of took the bunt with him, if you will, down the first base line. Chaden ran off the mound, initially fielded it, but then tried to reach back to tag Grantham as he went by, and he must have missed him. So Grantham is at first now. Palmer is at second. Clark Willow Lake with something brewing here. Nobody out, and that's going to bring up number 21, the catcher, Jacob Steen. There's a pickoff play to second. Diving back in safely is Clark Willow Lake's Cooper Palmer. So Clark Willow Lake threatening to crack the proverbial goose egg here first. And here's the pitch from Chaden. There's a swing and a foul out of play into the parking lot. I don't know if that was quite windshield territory. That's what I call it, if it might be in danger of hitting a windshield or a rooftop of a vehicle. So no balls and 1 strike now to Jacob Steen. And there's a pickoff move to second, and that just about hits Palmer, who was going back in standing up, but shortstop Drake Eastman cuts in behind Palmer that time. Palmer gets back in safely. So, here comes the pitch from Chaden now. There's a swing on kind of a high pitch that time, but Steen took a whack at it. No balls and 2 strikes now to Jacob Steen. Tyson Huber waits on deck here for Clark Willow Lake, post number 60. Chaden taking a good long look at his catcher, Gage Bunkers. Now he has the sign. Palmer dancing around out there at second base. Here comes the Chaden pitch. That's low and inside from the lefty. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jacob Steen. Cooper Palmer on second. Watson Grantham on first. Nobody out for Clark Willow Lake here in the bottom of the first inning. Again, the first of 4 games here today from Northeast South Dakota Millbank. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Steen, and he swings and misses. Big strikeout that time for the left-hander Tad Chaden from Del Rapids. Again, Palmer at second, Grantham still at first. And that'll bring up number 11 now, the second baseman, Tyson Huber. Tyson was the one that stole home on that wild pitch to walk off the region win over Lake Norden Badger 12-11 in the Region 6B championship game. Chaden's pitch sails low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Again, glad to have everybody along here on KMSD, as well as our friends in Watertown, Power 106.3, the Watertown Clark area. Welcome aboard. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's high and outside on the Chaden fastball to Huber. 2 balls and no strikes now. Tyson Huber ahead here. Colin Gaikowski will bat next here for Clark Willow Lake. No score, bottom of the first. Chaden comes to the set. And the left-hander's pitch is going to be upcoming here, and there's a swing and a miss. That kind of a low outside pitch that time, but it could have caught the corner, and swinging and missing was Huber. 2 balls and 1 strike now to number 11, Tyson Huber. Chaden comes to the set now. Here's the left-hander's pitch. That's a fastball, and there's a try to be steal at third, and sliding in safely. Boy, that was a bang-bang play down there, but sliding in safely is Cooper Palmer head first. Staying at first is Watson Grantham. So Palmer at third now, Grantham still at first. And a 3-1 count now to the batter, Tyson Huber. So Huber with a golden opportunity here to crack the goose egg, 1 out. Runners on first and third. Chaden checks Palmer over at third, now steps off the bump. Adjusts the bill of his cap, checks his runners, checks his teammates, and all is fine. So Chaden back on the bump now for Del Rapids post 65. Chaden now again comes to the set, and the pitch to Huber, 3-1. Here it is, a swing and a miss by Tyson on the Chaden heat that time. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. So the count is full to Tyson Huber. Game's first run, potentially Cooper Palmer 90 feet away for Clark Willow Lake at third base. Chaden snap throw over to first. Diving in safely is Watson Grantham. Of course, Chaden left-handed pitcher, so he's looking at first basically all the time. Just a snap throw over there. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch upcoming now to Tyson Huber. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Tad Chaden. And if you're Tad Chaden and Del Rapids, those are no bigger than right there, those last 2 strikeouts. As Clark Willow Lake had runners on first and third. And now there are 2 outs, and that'll bring up number 16, the right fielder, Colin Gaikowski for Clark Willow Lake. Snap throw again over to first by Chaden, and diving back in again safely, Watson Grantham.
Colin Gaikowski.
So Gaikowski patiently waiting, a pitch toward home plate here. Again, Palmer on third, Grantham on first. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Here's the Chaden pitch. That's high on the Chaden fastball. 1 ball and no strikes now to Colin Gaikowski. Jack Helkin will bat next if the half inning stays alive here for CWL. Chaden comes to the set now. Here's the pitch. That's high on the fastball. So 2 balls and no strikes. Colin Gaikowski working himself into a batter's count here. And the 2-0, that is a strike at the knees on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, your home plate umpire, Matt Clark. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Colin Gaikowski. Runners on first and third, 2 outs. The Tad Chaden pitch, here it is. There's a swing and a miss. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Colin Gaikowski. Nice job to battle back here by Tad Chaden. He fell behind 2-0, but now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 now to Colin Gaikowski. Here it is. There goes the runner from first. A swing and a miss. So actually striking out the side, as it turned out. Del Rapids lefty, Tad Chaden, 1 inning complete. Clark Willow Lake 0, Del Rapids 0. State B, American Legion Baseball. More of it coming up on Classic Hits, KMSD, Power 106.3, and BigStoneRadio.com. Back in a minute.
Dreaming of a getaway? Escape to Schmidt's Landing on beautiful Big Stone Lake. Whether you're casting for walleyes, perch your bass, or just enjoying the stunning views, Schmidt's Landing has something for everyone. Relax in comfortable lakeside suites, or set up your camper or tent for a long weekend. How about spending this summer at your seasonal RV spot? There are also boat and pontoon rentals, plus a fully stocked C-store with bait and license. Discover a family adventure or a peaceful retreat at Schmidt's Landing. Visit schmidtslanding.com and like them on Facebook. This summer in Millbank, the crack of the bat and cheers from the stands bring us all together. Whether you're watching your grandkid hustle to first base or catching a game under the lights, Millbank Eye Care is here to help you see it all. No squinting required. From clear glasses to summer shades, they'll help you catch every moment in sharp focus. Swing by to make an appointment for a checkup. Millbank Eye Care. Clear vision, community pride, and baseball memories made sharp.
And welcome back in here to the broadcast booth. A nice crowd here for Friday morning baseball leading into a weekend here in Millbank. Again, this tournament goes all the way through Tuesday when there will be one and or two championship games possible. KMSD will have every single game of the tournament for you. And again, we'll pick up our friends like we are now on Power 106.3 for Clarkville Lake games and our friends on B103 for Groton games. Here's Del Rapids now in the top of the second inning, and a beautiful curveball that time by Josh Canigator into Jackson Pepple, the center fielder, for a strike. No balls and one strike now to Jackson Pepple. Here's the pitch. That's low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Jackson Pepple. Gage Bunkers will bat next here for Del Rapids. As the Josh Canigator pitch, here it is. That is low. No, that's a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. That was a nice pitch to Pepple. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That's a curveball and a beauty. And rung up on strikes that time is Jackson Pepple. That almost looked like that was going to hit Pepple off of the right hand that time of Canigator, and that just curved right over the inside corner of the plate. And that'll bring up Gage Bunkers, now the catcher, number 8 for Del Rapids. Bottom or top of the second inning is where we are here in Class B American Legion Baseball. Grounder out to second. Tyson Huber up with it, over to first. 2 up, 2 down as Bunkers grounds out to second. And that will bring up number 12, the first baseman, Lincoln Fursdahl for Del Rapids, post number 65. Again, game number 2 here today, Parkston against Dakota Valley. Coming up in the neighborhood of about 12:30, and there's that beautiful curveball again, but it stays high that time. From Josh Canigator to Lincoln Fursdahl. 1 ball and no strikes now to Fursdahl. There's a pitch that sails high. 2 balls and no strikes. Talon Millage bats next for Del Rapids, post 65. If the half inning stays alive here, 2 out, nobody on. Here comes the pitch. There is a fastball that stays high. So Canigator behind now. Fursdahl, 3 balls and no strikes. We'll see what he throws him here on the 3-0 count. And there is a strike. Chopped the plate in half that time by Canigator. 3 balls and 1 strike now to Lincoln Fursdahl. Again, bases empty, 2 out, top of the second. Here's the pitch. There's that slow pitch that just hung inside a little bit on the curveball. Fursdahl gets a walk.
Fursdahl with the 2-out walk.
So that's the 3rd walk given up this morning by Josh Canigator. He has yet to give up a hit to Del Rapids. Talon Millage now in the batter's box. There's a pitch that's on the ground, deep short. Watson Grantham, long throw to first. He gets him. And so Millage grounds out short to first. So an inning and a half in the books. Del Rapids 0, Clark Willow Lake 0. Back with more State B American Legion baseball in a minute on Power 106.3 KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Del Rapids.
When Mother Nature turns up the temperature, we all feel the heat. It can add stress to almost everything, including the energy resources we rely on. Otter Tail Power Company reminds you there are easy ways to help. Use only necessary lights and turn them off when you leave a room. Turn your AC thermostat up a few degrees. And use window coverings to block the heat of the sun during the day. Visit otpco.com/tips for more ideas on how to stay cool. Together, we can all make a difference to help beat the heat.
Looking for your next ride? Our Motors in Aberdeen is now offering 0% financing for qualified buyers on select Nissan Rogues, Pathfinders, and Muranos. Plus, don't miss great deals on Toyota Tacomas and Tundras. They're the home of the lifetime warranty, so you can drive with confidence for miles to come. Stop in and see Barry Keith at our Motors just across from the airport in Aberdeen, or call 605-725-8624. Proud to support the Groton Legion Post number 39 baseball team. Good luck in the region tournament.
And welcome back in here to the broadcast booth, State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here from the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. A little windy out here today, a little smoky as well. Those Canadian fires are still burning, of course, up north.
Bottom of the second inning will be the first baseman, number 7, Jack Helkin.
And Clark Willow Lake comes up to bat here in the bottom of the second inning. Jack Helkin, the first baseman, will step into the batter's box. Right-handed batter for Clark Willow Lake, post number 60. No score, bottom of the second. If you're just tuning in, welcome aboard. Brunch baseball here on a Friday. Just into the 10 o'clock hour. I guess we're just about halfway through the 10 o'clock hour right now, but don't call a whole lot of 10 o'clock in the morning ball games in my career, but I've done a few. 1 ball and no strikes now to Jack Helkin. Here's the pitch, a swing and a miss by Jack. A little bit tardy on that Chaden fastball that time. So Helkin now 1 ball and 1 strike. The count to the Clark Willow Lake first baseman. And here's the pitch by Chaden. There's a swing and a miss. Kind of pulled the string that time on Helkin, and Jack swung and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Kai Vandersnick will bat next here for Clark Willow Lake. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Not held onto by the catcher, but they throw down to first. And 4 strikeouts in a row now for Tad Chaden. That's what he has for the game here through an inning and a third, an inning and a third of work.
Following the strikeout, we'll have the designated hitter, number 55, Kai Vandersnick.
And that'll bring up the designated hitter, number 55, Kai Vandersnick. For post number 60. Again, we're in the bottom of the second inning. Glad to have everybody along. No score. Game 1 of 4 here today. Here's the pitch from Chaden. That's a beautiful pitch right at the knees. Center cut fastball that time. No balls and 1 strike to Kai Vandersnick. Will Hovde bats next for Clark Willow Lake. And here comes the pitch. That is high and outside on the Chaden fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's more of like a sweep where it doesn't walk.
1-1 now from Chaden to Vandersnick. Here it is. There is a pitch, a strike at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kai Vandersnick. And glad to have everybody along wherever you are this afternoon at work, anticipating Friday afternoon and the weekend. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here it comes from Chaden. There's a beauty. A strike. 3 called. 5 strikeouts in a row now for Tad Chaden.
Now batting the center fielder, number 10.
He has struck out, like we said, the last 5. He struck out 5 of the first 7 batters here, as actually Palmer and Grantham, way back last half inning, each got singles. But since then, Chaden has struck out 5 in a row, and here is Will Hovde for Clark Willow Lake. There is a fastball at the knees. Will Hovde, the center fielder here this morning for Clark-Willow Lake, post 60.
I'd like to see that display water. I feel like that'd be a really
No balls and one strike to Will Hovde. Bases empty, 2 outs, no score, bottom of the second. First round of the Class B American Legion State Baseball Tournament here from Legion Field at Farley Park as Chaden fires in a fastball, strike number 2. And Chaden has the sign. Here's the lefty's pitch. That is a called third strike. Back to back. I'm going to age myself a little bit. Snapper mow him down innings. 6 in a row, retired via the strikeout by Del Rapids lefty Tad Chaden. 2 innings complete. Clark-Willow Lake 0 and Del Rapids 0. We'll be back with more State American Legion baseball in a minute on KMSD Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Are you in need of collision repair? Look no further than Al's Body Shop. Their team of expert technicians has years of experience and are dedicated to getting your car or truck back on the road in no time. From minor dings to major body damage, they've got you covered. And with their state-of-the-art equipment, they can handle any make or model. Plus, they work with all insurance companies to make the process as easy as possible. Don't let an accident slow you down. Go see Al's Body Shop today. Al's Body Shop, Millbank. Quality collision repair you can trust. Dairy Queen in Ortonville is your locally owned and operated DQ serving the Big Stone Lake area and beyond. Beat the summer heat with one of their cool treats like the famous Blizzard, Peanut Buster Parfait, hand-dipped cones, sundaes, and more. If you're looking for the best meal deal around $7, the DQ deal meal cannot be beat. Choose from a cheeseburger or chicken strips, fries, beverage, and a sundae for only $7. Make the sundae a Blizzard for just $2 more. Hot eats, cool treats at Dairy Queen in Ortonville. Open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
And welcome back into the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota, on a sunny, albeit smoky, a little bit of smoke anyway in the atmosphere here in Millbank.
The right fielder, number 17, Kenny.
We are going to open up the third inning here and game number 1 of day number 1 of the state tournament. Of course, KMSD will have all the coverage for you, wall to wall, pitch to pitch, if you will, every game. As Kenny Swanson steps into the batter's box for Del Rapids, the right fielder, number 17, to open up the top of the third. Here's the Cannigator pitch. That's a beauty right there. No balls and 1 strike. Cannigator with 2 punch-outs here so far in the game. Here's the righty's pitch. That's a little bit high that time. Tried to sneak that curveball over, but that stayed way high from Cannigator. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Swanson. Here's the pitch. That's low and outside to Kenny. He takes it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Top of the lineup is what I'm trying to say. And Cole Rusink up next here for Del Rapids, post 65. And now the umpires are... Matt Clark stepped out in front of home plate for just a little while. Base ump Dan Lund did the same thing, but now the umpires are back in their normal positions. 2-1 count now to Kenny Swanson. Here it is. There is a ball. So 3 balls and 1 strike now to number 17, Kenny Swanson. No score if you're just tuning in. Top of the third inning. Again, these games go 7 unless they're run ruled out. And there's a pitch that's too low and outside. So 4 walks given up so far this morning by right-hander from Clark-Willow Lake, Josh Cannigator. That will turn over the top of the lineup now with Cole Rusink. Walked, stole a base, and he was thrown out at third, though, on a nice peg that time, back at that time by Jacob Steen, the catcher. So we'll see now if Swanson is on the move here for Del Rapids. He doesn't go on the first pitch, and that's a strike. Delivered into Cole Rusink. Cannigator's next pitch. There's a pop-up on the infield. First baseman Jack Helkin says, "I have it." And the first baseman squeezes it, so popping out to first is Cole Rusink.
Number 5, Drake Eastman.
And that will bring up the shortstop now, Drake Eastman, who drew a walk back in the first, stole second, stole third, but was stranded there. So Eastman with a walk and a couple of stolen bases here so far in a very small sample size here in the state tournament. As Canagator comes to the stretch now, the right-hander's pitch sails high. It's right across the plate, but it sails high for the CWL right-hander, Josh Canagator. So Eastman takes it, 1 ball and no strikes. And there's a strike at the knees of Drake Eastman. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, happy to have everybody along here today, and we'll have all kinds of tournament coverage for you here, at least on KMSD. 1-1. The throw over to first by Canagator. Diving back in safely head first is Kenny Swanson. So count rides along now. 1 ball and 1 strike to Drake Eastman. Tad Chaden waits on deck for post 65. Here's the pitch that's low and outside on the fastball. 2-1 now to Drake Eastman. And Canagator comes to the pitch. As I said, here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. Foul tip, actually, into the mitt of the catcher, Jacob Steen. High heat that time from Canagator. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Drake Eastman. Swanson on first. Here's the pitch. That is just a little bit low and just a little bit outside. To fill up the count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Drake Eastman. Again, Tad Chaden waits on deck here for Del Rapids post 65. And here comes the pitch now. There goes Swanson. That's a walk. So Swanson does not draw a throw, of course, but getting into second is Kenny Swanson, and issuing his 5th walk here so far this morning is Josh Canagator. And that now will bring up Tad Chaden, who struck out back in the first. 1 out, 2 runners on for Del Rapids. The Canagator pitch. There is a pitch right across the plate, but just a little bit high to Tad. 1 ball and no strikes. Kenny Swanson on second, Drake Eastman at first for Del Rapids. Here comes the pitch to Chaden. That's high and outside. Tad takes it. 2 balls and no strikes now, so Tad working himself into a nice hitter's count here. Ducks on the pond, first and second for post 65. No score here, top of the 3rd inning. Chaden squares to bunt. Pulls the bat back. Ball gets away from the catcher, Jacob Steen. Advancing a base is Drake Eastman to second. Kenny Swanson at third. And a 3-0 count now to Tad Chaden. So now Del Rapids in hot pursuit of run number 1 here for the game. And now I think they're just going to intentionally walk Chaden to load up the bases.
Chaden walks to load the bases, bringing up the left fielder number 11, Connor.
So, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6 walks now given up by Canagator. So the bases are full now, and that brings up the cleanup hitter, number 11, the left fielder, Connor Hansen, who grounded out third to first. But now Del Rapids, like we said, with a bona fide threat going here, bases loaded and nobody out. Here's the pitch, or 1 out, excuse me. Throw back to third, and they got the runner. Oh, what a nice peg down there by catcher Jacob Steen. And getting a little bit too far up the line that time was Kenny Swanson. He was scampering back to third and thrown out on a nice play that time by Jacob Steen. Those are the kind of plays, ladies and gentlemen, that turn games around literally and figuratively. So now there's nobody on third, first and second for Del Rapids, but now there's 2 outs and a 1-0 count to Connor Hansen. Here comes the pitch. There's a swing and a pop fly into short left field. And not being able to squeeze it out there is left fielder Waylon Olson. And that will plate Drake Eastman. So it's 1-0 now, Del Rapids. Here in the top of the 3rd inning. Left fielder Waylon Olson
They are that ODI single by Hansen.
charged in as hard as he could, just couldn't catch up with it, so credit for an RBI single to Connor Hansen. Tad Chaden goes to third. 1-0 now, Del Rapids here. Runners on first and third, 2 outs. That'll bring up Jackson Peppel. There's a grounder to third. Nice scoop out there by third baseman Palmer. He goes the short way to second, and out at second is Connor Hansen. But Del Rapids does score 1 here in the top of the third. 2.5. Del Rapids 1 and Clark-Willow Lake nothing. We'll be back with more State Class B American Legion baseball from Millbank in a minute on KMSD Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Dakota Country Ag Service in Millbank is your local Pioneer seed dealer. Dakota Country is now offering soil testing, and they have winter wheat and rye available. Dakota Country also has inoculants for hay silage, both soluble and dry, and inoculants for baling hay as well. For more information or to schedule an on-the-farm visit, call Paul 605-467-0715 or Riley 605-949-4170. Dakota Country Ag Service, your local Pioneer seed dealer in Millbank. Whetstone Sanitation is your locally owned and locally operated garbage service provider in Millbank, rural Grant County, and along Big Stone Lake. Whetstone Sanitation offers once or twice a week residential pickup and up to 5 days per week commercial pickup. Whetstone Sanitation offers 14, 20, and 30-yard roll-off dumpster rentals for those big cleanup projects. Whetstone Sanitation also has quality portable toilet rentals and septic pumping service. And of course, they still provide 24/7 self-service recycling drop-off. Call Whetstone Sanitation today, 432-5854.
And 2.5 innings complete here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota, on a Friday morning. First game, first round, Class B American Legion Baseball tournament, the 100th year of American Legion Baseball. No more appropriate than to have the tournament right here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. Again, glad to have everybody along on KMSD, Power 106.3, and video and audio streaming at BigStoneRadio.com. And Clark-Willow Lake comes up here in the bottom of the third inning. Waylon Olson will lead off. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Waylon Olson. Waylon's first at-bat here this morning. Again, Chaden has struck out the last 6 batters he's faced. He's faced 8 batters. He struck out 6 of them. Here's the pitch. There is a pitch right at the knees, but a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike now from Tad Chaden to Waylon Olson here from Clark-Willow Lake. And Chaden now with the 1-1 pitch. Here it is. That's a fastball that is right there, a little bit high. 2 balls and 1 strike now. And the Chaden pitch, here it comes. That's a swing and a miss. Chaden heat that time. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tad just reared back that time and said, Waylon Olson, hit this if you can. And Chaden put a little extra gas on that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the Chaden pitch. That is a beauty. Called third strike. Strikeout number 7 now for Tad Chaden here this morning. And that will bring up Cooper Palmer.
Third baseman number 1, Cooper Palmer.
Cooper Palmer singled back in the first, so his stat line 1 for 1 here against Tad Chaden. And Chaden has the sign. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss by Palmer. No balls and 1 strike now to Cooper Palmer. And there's a called strike at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes. And the 0-2, here it is. That's right there, but a little bit outside that time. 1 ball and 2 strikes now from Tad Chaden to Cooper Palmer. And the 1-2 now from Chaden. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 8. And 8 in a row now, recorded by the strikeout by Tad Chaden.
Number 14, Watson Grantham.
And that'll bring up the shortstop, number 14, Watson Grantham, for Clark Willow Lake, who himself got a single. Back in the first. And there's a strike delivered from Tad Chaden. Now the Del Rapids lefty with the 0-1 count to Watson Grantham. Here it is. There's a pitch that sails high and outside. Chaden got away from Tad a little bit, I guess is what I'm trying to say that time. 1 ball and 1 strike now from Tad Chaden to Watson Grantham. And here is the 1-1. There's a beauty. Center cut fastball by Chaden right across home plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Grantham. If Watson keeps the half inning alive, Jacob Steen will come to the dish. And the pitch now by Chaden. That is a called third strike. 9 in a row now recorded via the strikeout by Tad Chaden, the lefty from Del Rapids Post 65. 3 innings complete. First round State B Class American Legion Baseball Tournament. Your score, Del Rapids 1, Clark Willow Lake nothing. We'll be back with more baseball in a minute on Power 106.3, BigStoneRadio.com, and KMSD.
Tad Chaden.
As the temperatures rise this summer, the Millstone Family Restaurants in Millbank has decided if you're melting, we're melting. With their all-new summer menu featuring all things melty. Start with the chicken Parmesan melt with crispy chicken, deep-fried mozzarella cheese on toasted Texas toast. Yum! The cheesy taco wrap and elevated super burrito with Monterey Jack cheese sauce. So cheesy. The super quesadilla, a classic cranked up a notch, and the cheeseburger salad just may be your new favorite. If you're melting, we're melting at the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12, Millbank.
Pro Image Partners. Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. You want the best for work or play. We're your one-stop image shop. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
And welcome back to the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. First round, first day. We got a good one going here between Del Rapids Post 65 and Clark Willow Lake. Post number 60, Del Rapids comes up here in the top of the 4th inning. Gage Bunkers leads off, pops one up. Off to the right side of the infield, circling under it and putting it away out there is second baseman Tyson Huber. So 1 pitch, 1 out.
Fly out to second baseman, bringing up the first baseman, number 12, Lincoln Fursdal.
And that'll bring up first baseman, number 12, Lincoln Fursdal. Back in the second, Lincoln walked. Ended up being stranded at first base as well. So there's the pitch. There's a called strike. No balls and 1 strike now to Lincoln Fursdal. Base is empty, 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. 1-0 Del Rapids. And a swing and a miss by Fursdal. Nice pitch that time by Canagator. Fastball. No balls and 2 strikes now to Lincoln Fursdal. Here comes the pitch. That's a called third strike. Beauty of a pitch that time by Canagator. And he froze Fursdal. Strikeout number 3. Recorded this afternoon by Josh Canagator. That will bring up now number 22, the third baseman, Talon Millage. Grounded out to short. He's 0 for 1. Here's the pitch. That's that kind of that off-speed curveball pitch that time that sails outside. 1 ball and no strikes to Talon Millage. Here's the pitch. That is a fastball. Didn't quite grab the right corner though. 2 balls and no strikes to Talon Millage. And the 2-0, there's a pop fly into center field. Will Hovde has this one measured. Will comes in toward the infield and gloves it. So 3 up and 3 down for Del Rapids. 3.5 here complete. It is 1 for Del Rapids, nothing for Clark-Willow Lake. You're in tune to the Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here on Power 106.3 KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Millbank Legion Post 9 welcomes all teams and fans to the state tournament. Millbank is the birthplace of Legion Baseball, and they're honored to be able to host the event at the new ballpark. What started 100 years ago has grown to over 50 states and Canada, with over 3,500 teams participating. American Legion Baseball, giving players an opportunity to develop their skills, personal fitness, leadership qualities, and have more fun. Play ball.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug, everyday savings close to home.
Bottom of the 4th inning is going to unfold here on the first day of the first game of the first day of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament right here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota.
21, Jacob Steen.
And that will now bring up number 21, the catcher, Jacob Steen for Clark-Willow Lake. Jacob struck out back in the first. Jacob, 1 of 9 strikeouts here so far through 3 innings of work for left-hander Tad Chaden from Del Rapids. And here's the pitch. That's going to be low. 1 ball and no strikes now to Jacob Steen. Again, if you're just tuning in, lefty Tad Chaden for Del Rapids has struck out 9 Clark-Willow Lake batters out of 11 faced. And the past 9 have fallen victim via the strikeout. And there is a ball that gets away from the catcher. 2 balls and no strikes now to Jacob Steen. Tyson Huber waits on deck here for Clark-Willow Lake. Post number 60. As Chaden comes to the set now, the Del Rapids lefty, here's the pitch. There's a bouncer right back to Chaden. He jumps up and gets it, fires over to first. So not a strikeout, but a put out anyway as Jacob Steen grounds out, pitcher to first. So that ends the string of 9 straight strikeouts for the Del's lefty, Tad Chaden. 1 up and 1 down here for Clark-Willow Lake in the bottom of the first. That will bring up now number 11, the second baseman Tyson Huber, who struck out back in the first. 0 for 1 on the stat line here for Tyson so far. Here's the pitch, a swing and a miss. From Chaden to Huber. Again, coming up about a half hour after this one, Parkston and Dakota Valley. So we'll have that one for you on KMSD as well. Here's the pitch. Out to Chaden again. Fires over to first. Chaden had to go over to the third base side of the mound that time, but got Huber in plenty of time. So 2 straight pitcher to first ground outs by Clark-Willow Lake here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And that'll bring up now the right fielder, number 16, Colin Gaikowski. 1-0 Del Rapids. This is a very close game, obviously. And here comes the pitch from Chaden. That is a strike at the knees. Doing a little bit of research here before this tournament, it looks like Tad Chaden is committed to playing baseball at Southwest Minnesota State over in Marshall. Here comes the pitch. There is a strike at the knees. So no balls and 2 strikes now to Colin Gaikowski. Bases empty, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. Del Rapids is leading here 1-0. over Clark Willow Lake. Here's the Chaden pitch. That's chopped on the ground to short. Drake Eastman over to first. And Colin Gaikowski grounds out short to first. 3 up, 3 down for Clark Willow Lake here in the bottom of the fourth. 4 complete. Class B American Legion Baseball here from Millbank. Your score, Del Rapids 1, Clark Willow Lake nothing. We'll be back with more baseball in a minute on Power 106.3 KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Looking to sell your home or lake place? First Choice Real Estate is here to help. Whether you're upsizing, downsizing, or simply looking for a fresh start, they want your listing. Their experienced team of agents are ready to go to work for you with proven marketing strategies and a local touch and the local knowledge you can trust. Contact First Choice Real Estate in Millbank today to list your property. Make First Choice Real Estate your first choice. Online at millbanksbest.com. Roy's Sports Shop in Watertown welcomes all teams and fans to town for the Legion Tournament. Roy's has been the sporting goods leader in this area for over 55 years. Uniforms, sports equipment for baseball, softball, hockey, and more. Plus, clothing and footwear, too. Get in the game. Get into Roy's Sports Shop on Highway 212 in Watertown, across from Watertown Ford. Shop weekdays 9 to 6, 10 to 3 on Saturday.
And welcome back to Millbank. We got a good one going on here. Game number 1 of day number 1 of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Del Rapids and Clark Willow Lake. Del Rapids is leading 1-0. Here's the pitch to Swanson. Kenny Swanson for Del Rapids leading off the top of the 5th. He swings and misses. Swanson walked back in the 3rd. So no official plate appearances yet for Kenny Swanson here in the tournament. He fouls that one back to the netting behind home plate. So Josh Canagator ahead now, no balls and 2 strikes. A nice game pitched so far by Josh Canagator, 2 of Clark Willow Lake, post 60, and Tad Chaden of Del Rapids. Here's the pitch. That is a called 3rd strike right at the knees. A beauty of a pitch that time. And Swanson becomes the 4th strikeout victim here this morning for right-hander Josh Canagator. That turns over the top of the lineup now with Cole Rusink, who has popped out to first and walked. And he was out at 3rd, trying to steal 3rd back in the 1st. Gunned out by catcher Jacob Steen back in the 1st. Rusink takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. And here's the pitch. That is fouled out of play behind me over my head here in the press box.
That's a building forward foul ball.
And so 1 ball and 1 strike now to Cole Rusink. And here's the pitch. That is outside on the Canagator fastball that time. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I think it's the same way. I know they like to go to
And here comes the pitch. There's a pop fly into foul territory. Canagator runs over and gives it a look. Cannot get there. Catch up Jacob Steen. Loses the mask and the hat. He can't quite get there either. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Cole Rusink as that hits harmlessly in foul territory for number 3 for Del Rapids, the second baseman. Glad to have everybody along. You're listening to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM, KMSD Millbank, South Dakota, streaming audio and video, BigStoneRadio.com, and our friends at KPHR Power 106.3 in Watertown as well. Grounder to 3rd, Cooper Palmer, high throw to first, and that pulled first baseman Jack Helkin off the bag. So reaching safely on the hustle is Cole Rusink.
Now batting shortstop number 5, Drake Eastman.
And I don't know, I suppose that might have to be an error. The official scorer's wheels are turning off to my left here, but I think we're going to call that one an error. So I'll bring up Drake Eastman now. Drake Eastman has walked twice and scored a run. So he is looking for his first official at bat here in the tournament as he takes a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Drake Eastman. Here's the pitch. Eastman swings and misses at that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now Tad Chaden waits on deck here in the top of the 5th. Del Rapids is leading 1-0. Game 1, day number 1 here on a nice, cool, breezy, albeit a little bit hazy, smoky day here in Millbank, South Dakota. Taking a strike at the knees is Drake Eastman. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, Tad Chaden waits on deck here for post number 65. Here's the pitch. There goes the runner to second. High throw. Diving in safely with the stolen base is Cole Rusink. So that is his second stolen base here today.
Do we have any water up here?
2 balls and 2 strikes now the count to Drake Eastman. Rusink on second. Here's the pitch from Canagator. That's a little bit low and outside to fill up the count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Drake Eastman. Again, Cole Rusink on second here with 1 out. Dell's up 1-0. Here's the pitch. That is a called third strike. Strikeout number 5 recorded by Josh Canagator. And that'll bring up Tad Chaden now, who has struck out and walked. And of course, he's pitched a very good game on the other side of things. He has 9 strikeouts as a pitcher here this morning. And he has yet to, he's given up 2 hits. Anyway, Tad in the batter's box now as he has walked and struck out. Takes a ball from Canagator. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's fouled back to the netting behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike now to number 13, tall left-handed batter Tad Chaden for Del Rapids. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Tad. Here's the pitch, same result. Foul back to the netting behind home plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Tad Chaden. 2 outs. Cole Rusink on second here for Del Rapids. And we are in the top of the 5th, and there is a ball that sails outside. Again, Parkston and Dakota Valley come up next. Here's the pitch. There's a pop fly into the short left field. That could be a tough play, but making it look easy from his third base position is Cooper Palmer. He goes into short left and puts that one away. So, flying out to third base is Tad Chaden. So 4.5 complete. Del Rapids does not score any here in the top of the 5th. Again, 4.5 complete. Del Rapids 1. Clark Willow Lake nothing. You're in tune to the first round of the Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here on Power 106.3, KMSD, and BigStoneRadio.com. Back in 1 minute.
Calling all anglers and adventurers. Discover the ultimate convenience store at Jurgen C Store in Wilmont. New to our lineup, live bait. That's right, we've got fresh minnows and wriggling worms to help you hook the big one. But wait, there's more. Our deli serves up savory burgers, mouth-watering Piccadilly pizza, snacks, cold beverages, and a whole lot of yum. And don't forget to top off your tank while you're here. Fill up your car, pickup, and boat with top-notch gas so you can hit the road or the water without missing a beat. For all your fishing and fueling needs, there's only one name to remember, Jurgen C Store in Wilmont. Another great Stills and Oil Company C-Store. Let the adventure begin.
Hi, Darren Mertens here from Millbank Ford. We have a great new inventory on hand here, so come in, check them out, take a test drive, and have Chuck work out a great deal for you for some new transportation. We also have a lot of very nice pre-owned units. If you are in the need of service, call in and talk to Gene, Ryan, and they will take care of all your maintenance and repair needs. 605-432-4525 or millbankford.net. Millbank Ford, West Highway 12 in Millbank.
And we are locked into a pitcher's duel here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball. First round of the for the State American Legion Class B Baseball Tournament here in Millbank, South Dakota. Again, I'm Chad. Glad to be along. Our engineers back at Power 106, Isaac, and here in Millbank, Jeff. Glad to have everybody along, and thanks, gentlemen, for your work so far. As KMSD will have 4 games on the radio for you today and on the video and audio stream. Clark Willow Lakes, Jack Helkin now will step into the batter's box. Jack struck out back in the second. Again, Tad Chaden, if you're just tuning in, 9 strikeouts so far for the Del Rapids lefty through 4 innings of work. He's given up 2 hits in a 1-0 lead. Here's the Chaden pitch. That's a fastball that cuts the home plate in half to Helkin. No balls and 1 strike. From Tad Chaden to Jack Helkin. Chaden comes to the set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes now to Helkin. Kai Vandersnick waits on deck here for post number 60. And the 1-2 or 0-2 from Chaden. That sails high on the fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Helkin. And here comes the pitch. That's a fastball by Chaden. That's a little bit low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now a good at-bat here by Jack Helkin, being very patient. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Chaden offering, here it is. There's a grounder back to Chaden. Fields his position over to first. Helkin goes out, pitcher to first. And that'll bring up now the designated hitter, number 55, Kai Vandersnick. Getting water delivered to me. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Kai Vandersnick, as we said, the DH, and now there's going to be a meeting at the mound. Coach Miller running out to the mound for Del Rapids as Kai Vandersnick, as we said, is coming to the dish now. And as we have a chance, let us thank some of our very, very fine sponsors here. From Clark Willow Lake, Westside Implement, Clark Ace Hardware, Ag WRX of Clark, Angels Attic Thrift Store, and many more sponsors for the whole tournament as well. Thank you to each and every one of you, because without you, this broadcasting is not possible. Meeting at the mound over now, Kai Vandersnick. Here comes the pitch to Kai. He takes a strike at the knees. Again, Clark Willow Lake has 2 hits. The first 2 hitters of this game reached for Clark Willow Lake via the single. Nothing since then. Here's the Chaden pitch. That is a strike at the knees as well. No balls and 2 strikes. Again, we're in the bottom of the 5th here. 1-0 Del Rapids. Game number 1, Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament from Millbank. Here's the 0-2. There is a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 10 now for Tad Chaden. And that'll bring up Will Hovde, the center fielder.
Center fielder number 10, Will Hovde.
So an interesting fact here, of all the men that have batted so far for Clark Willow Lake, they have either been struck out or they've grounded out, pitcher to first, 1 pop-up to short, and 2 singles. That's been the extent of things here for Clark Willow Lake here this afternoon, or this morning I should say. But again, on the Clark Willow Lake side of things, hats off to Josh Canigator too. So far, he has thrown a good game as well. Overall for Clark Willow Lake, pitcher's duel is what we call it. Here's the 1-0 pitch now that sails high to Will Hovde. Will struck out back in the second. At that time, Tad Chaden had 6 strikeouts in a row. The 2-0 now from Chaden. Here it is. That's inside on the fastball that time. Leans Hovde back. So Will way ahead now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see what he can do here, the center fielder. 3 balls and no strikes now to Hovde. Here it is. That's high. So there is a walk. And the out streak is over for Del Rapids.
Hovde with the 2-out walk, bringing up the left fielder, number 44, Waylon Olson.
14 in a row retired by Tad Chaden before that walk to Will Hovde. That'll bring up number 44 now, the left fielder, Waylon Olson for Clark Willow Lake, post number 60. And the Tad Chaden pitch is upcoming. Here it is. There is a strike at the knees. Tying run, Will Hovde on at first. Again, Del Rapids is leading by the slimmest of margins here, 1-0. And the 0-1 count now to Olson. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. So Chaden way ahead now. No balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Hovde takes off here on the 0-2 pitch to Waylon Olson. Waylon struck out back in the third, so he's 0 for 1. And Hovde's got a good lead over there. There he goes. Pitch is outside. Throw down to second is to the right field side of second. Drake Eastman fields it out there, but stealing second base is Will Hovde. Now we'll see if Will tries to go to third, but anyway, Hovde is the tying run at second now with 2 outs and a 1-2 count here to Waylon Olson. And here comes the pitch. There's a dribbler foul. A little bit off to the left of home plate. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Waylon Olson. If he keeps the half inning alive, Cooper Palmer comes to the plate. Bottom of the 5th is where we are. Del Rapids is leading here 1-0. Again, Clark Willow Lake with the tying run on second. Chaden wanted to throw back to first, but there was nobody there, so Tad wisely held on to the ball. Drake Eastman on the cut back toward second base, just a little bit late that time, but Tad held on to the ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now to Waylon Olson. Here comes the pitch. There is a swing and a miss on an inside fastball that time. Strikeout number 11 for Chaden. So they strand Hovde at second. 5 complete. First round American Legion Baseball Tournament, Class B from Millbank. Your score, Del Rapids 1 and Clark Willow Lake nothing. We'll be back with more in a minute on KMSD Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Step up to the plate with farm equipment you can count on. From Harry Implement in Fernie, your hometown Case IH and Massey Ferguson dealer, delivering a lineup of tractors, combines, and hay equipment that hits it out of the park. Need parts? Service? We're in your corner. Family owned since 1935. Harry Implement is built on hard work and rooted in the land, just like America's pastime. Harry Implement in Fernie. Sales, service, and parts that cover all the bases. Harry Implement, proud to support the Groton Legion Post 39 baseball team at the state tournament.
Here's where the good ideas come from. Street Graphics, Main Street, Millbank. Working with local schools to provide ideas and solutions for fundraising. They can customize a design just for you. T-shirts, trophies, banners, buttons, contract printing, they do it all. They work in quantities from 1 to 5,000. Printing and promotions, they print on anything but paper. See them at streetgraphics.com. That's graphics with an EX. Main Street, Millbank, South Dakota. Streetgraphics.com.
And welcome back to the Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament, a little Friday morning baseball. As Clark Willow Lake and Del Rapids are locked in a good baseball game here. Low scoring. Pitchers duel 1-0 Del Rapids. As we enter the top of the 6th inning, Connor Hansen will lead off for post 65 here. Connor Hansen has an RBI single, and he has grounded out to third. So Connor owns the only RBI of the game here so far today, with his RBI single back in the third. And there is a pop-up on the infield. Shortstop Watson Grantham waiting it to come down to his glove. He catches it head high. So popping out to the shortstop is Connor Hansen. That'll bring up Jackson Peppel. Jackson has struck out and was out on a fielder's choice. Here's the pitch. There is a pop-up, but that's going to go foul.
There's a Crooked Creek Range foul ball, number returned to the blue tent by the first base dugout.
So no balls and 1 strike. There is a pitch that is hit into short center field, and that could be a tough one, and that is going to fall for a single for Jackson Peppel. So that is Del Rapids' second hit only here this morning. as Connor Hansen has a single, and now Jackson Peppel dumps a single into center field, and that'll bring up Gage Bunkers now, who has popped out to second and grounded out second to first. Takes a ball from Clark Willow Lake right-hander Josh Canigator, who, like we said, has pitched a whale of a ball game here so far. He's down 1-0, but what a pitcher's duel here so far, as there's a strike that cuts the home plate in half. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now to Gage Bunkers. Jackson Peppel over at first, getting a pretty good lead. We'll see if Jackson's on the move here. Gets a very good lead. Now goes back a little bit to first. There's a grounder chopper foul down the first base line. So Peppel will return to first now. Gage Bunkers with a 1-2 count. As we look at a little bit of Canadian Fire smoke here off into the distance over the left and center field fences here at the ballpark. Again, this ballpark is only in its second year. Very beautiful facility up here in Millbank, South Dakota. There goes the runner. There's a throw down to first or second, and it's right there and getting the diving Jackson Peppel. Oh, what a throw down there by Jacob Steen. Jackson Peppel is out trying to steal second base. So that's going to close 5.5 innings. After 5.5, Del Rapids 1, Clark Willow Lake nothing. We'll be back with more baseball from the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament in a minute on KMSD, Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Dreaming of a getaway? Escape to Schmidt's Landing on beautiful Big Stone Lake. Whether you're casting for walleyes, perch a bass, or just enjoying the stunning views, Schmidt's Landing has something for everyone. Relax in comfortable lakeside suites, or set up your camper or tent for a long weekend. How about spending this summer at your seasonal RV spot? There are also boat and pontoon rentals, plus a fully stocked C-store with bait and licenses. Discover a family adventure or a peaceful retreat at Schmidt's Landing. Visit schmidtslanding.com and like them on Facebook. This summer in Millbank, the crack of the bat and cheers from the stands bring us all together. Whether you're watching your grandkid hustle to first base or catching a game under the lights, Millbank Eye Care is here to help you see it all. No squinting required. From clear glasses to summer shades, they'll help you catch every moment in sharp focus. Swing by to make an appointment for a checkup. Millbank Eye Care. Clear vision, community pride, and baseball memories made sharp.
And welcome back here to the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. Again, I'm Chad Knowles, glad to be in here with you. Day 1 of the Class B State American Legion Baseball Tournament. We got a good one going on here. We are going into the bottom of the 6th inning. Del Rapids is leading Clark Willow Lake 1-0. Again, coming up in the next game is Parkston against Dakota Valley. And then the night session at 5 o'clock, Groton will play Winter Cologne. And then the nightcap, Scotland, Menno, Freeman, Canastota will play Millbank Post 9. That'll be in the neck of the woods of about 7:30 tonight.
Leading out for Clark Willow Lake in the bottom of the 6th inning will be the third baseman, number 1, Cooper Palmer.
And that will bring up the leadoff hitter for Clark Willow Lake here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Cooper Palmer. He has singled in 2 trips this morning, and he struck out as well. And Tad Chaden still on the bump for Del Rapids, and he fires in a strike on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike now to Cooper Palmer. 11 strikeouts, I beg your pardon, here this morning so far for Chaden. Here's the pitch. There is that same pitch, same result. No balls and 2 strikes now to Cooper Palmer from the lefty Tad Chaden. Here comes the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night that time. 3 consecutive pitches, a dozen of them now so far for Del Rapids lefty Tad Chaden. And that'll bring up Watson Grantham, who himself has struck out, and he has one of Clark Willow Lake's 2 hits today, a single back in the first. So Watson Grantham takes the Chaden fastball at the knees for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. pitcher's duel extraordinaire here so far this morning, if you will. 1-0 Dells. Here's the Chaden fastball. Same pitch, same result. Right at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 6th. Again, Del Rapids is leading 1-0 here. And the 0-2 now from Chaden. There it is. That's high and outside on the fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, 12 strikeouts here so far. No walks given up and 2 hits by Tad Chaden. Or 1 walk, excuse me. Here's the pitch. That is a called 3rd strike on the outside corner. Baker's dozen of strikeouts now. That's number 13 right there for Tad Chaden. And that'll bring up Jacob Steen now, who has grounded out pitcher to first and struck out. Jacob Steen now in the batter's box, the catcher. Here comes the pitch inside. And that was a nice peg by Steen, who is in the batter's box, to get Jackson Peppel out at third base. They're out at second base in the last half inning and taking a strike now. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jacob Steen. Tyson Huber bats next if the half inning stays alive here for Clark Willow Lake. Here's the pitch from Chaden. There's a swing and a miss. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Del Rapids coach now going to walk out of the first base dugout. And he is going to ask the umpire something here, and then he goes to his team. And again, we have a chance. We'll thank some of our... So we'll thank some of our all-game sponsors here. Birch Miller Post 9, American Legion Post from Millbank, Lewis Family Drug, First Choice Real Estate, Roy's Sports Shop, Jurgen C-Store, Millbank Ford, Harry's Implement of Fernie, Street Graphics, Schmidt's Landing, Millbank Eye Care, the Otter Tail Power Company, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Al's Body Shop, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen Ortonville, Dakota Country Ag Service, Whetstone Sanitation, Millstone Family Restaurant, and Pro Image Partners. And that is the end of the line for pitch count for Tad Chaden. And he gets a big hand from his crowd here from Del Rapids. And we will catch up with the defensive changes. We'll be back with more baseball in 90 seconds on KMSD, Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
When Mother Nature turns up the temperature, we all feel the heat. It can add stress to almost everything, including the energy resources we rely on. Otter Tail Power Company reminds you there are easy ways to help. Use only necessary lights and turn them off when you leave a room. Turn your AC thermostat up a few degrees. And use window coverings to block the heat of the sun during the day. Visit otpco.com/tips for more ideas on how to stay cool. Together, we can all make a difference to help beat the heat.
Looking for your next ride? Har Motors in Aberdeen is now offering 0% financing for qualified buyers on select Nissan Rogues, Pathfinders, and Muranos. Plus, don't miss great deals on Toyota Tacomas and Tundras. They're the home of the lifetime warranty, so you can drive with confidence for miles to come. Stop in and see Barry Keith at Har Motors just across from the airport in Aberdeen, or call 605-725-8624. Proud to support the Groton Legion Post number 39 baseball team. Good luck in the region tournament.
Are you in need of collision repair? Look no further than Al's Body Shop. Their team of expert technicians has years of experience and are dedicated to getting your car or truck back on the road in no time. From minor dings to major body damage, they've got you covered. And with their state-of-the-art equipment, they can handle any make or model. Plus, they work with all insurance companies to make the process as easy as possible. Don't let an accident slow you down. Go see Al's Body Shop today. Al's Body Shop, Millbank. Quality collision repair you can trust.
And Lincoln Fursdal, now the new pitcher for Del Rapids. A straight defensive switch. Tad Chaden goes over to first for Del Rapids, and a 2-2 count now to the batter. There's a pop-up on the infield. And Fursdal catches it from his pitching position. So Jacob Steen pops out to the pitcher. And that is going to close 6 innings, 6 complete. Del Rapids 1, Clark Willow Lake nothing. We're first round Class B American Legion Baseball State Tournament in Millbank. We'll be back with more in a minute on KMSD Power 106.3 and BigStoneRadio.com.
Dairy Queen in Ortonville is your locally owned and operated DQ serving the Big Stone Lake area and beyond. Beat the summer heat with one of their cool treats like the famous Blizzard, Peanut Buster Parfait, hand-dipped cones, sundaes, and more. If you're looking for the best meal deal around $7, the DQ deal meal cannot be beat. Choose from a cheeseburger or chicken strips, fries, beverage, and a sundae for only $7. Make the sundae a Blizzard for just $2 more. Hot eats, cool treats at Dairy Queen in Ortonville. Open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Dakota Country Ag Service in Millbank is your local Pioneer seed dealer. Dakota Country is now offering soil testing, and they have winter wheat and rye available. Dakota Country also has inoculants for hay silage, both soluble and dry, and inoculants for baling hay as well. For more information or to schedule an on-the-farm visit, call Paul 605-467-0715 or Riley 605-949-4170. Dakota Country Ag Service, your local Pioneer seed dealer in Millbank.
And the closing pitching line on Del Rapids starter Tad Jaden. He goes 6 2/3 innings, giving up 2 hits, 1 walk, and 13 strikeouts. So top of the 7th now is where we are here in game number 1. Del Rapids will bring up Talon Millage. Lincoln Fursdahl, then Talon Millage, and then Kenny Swanson.
It's the pitcher, number 12, Lincoln Fursdahl.
So the now pitcher, Lincoln Fursdahl, in the batter's box here for Del Rapids post 65. He struck out and he's walked. And Josh Canigator still on the bump here. There's a fastball that's outside. 1 ball and no strikes to Lincoln Fursdahl. And here's the pitch. There's a mile-high pop-up in foul territory. And catcher Jacob Steen in foul territory. Nice play by Jacob that time. He gloves it. And that will bring up now number 22, the third baseman, Talon Millage. Millage so far this morning has grounded out to short and flew out to center field. Again, 1-0 Del Rapids here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. That is a nice slow curveball, but just hangs a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes to Talon Millage from Josh Canigator. And there's a fastball that misses. So Millage ahead now, 2 balls and no strikes. Kenny Swanson waits on deck here for Del Rapids. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. Nice offering that time from Josh Canigator. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Talon Millage. And here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Millage reaching for a low outside pitch that time, but could not hold back. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Millage. Base is empty, 1 out here, top of the 7th. And here's the pitch. That is a ball. So it fills up the count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Parkston and Dakota Valley will come up about a half hour after this one is over. And the 1-2 now, or the 3-2, there is a walk by Millage. Nice at-bat that time by Talon Millage. Very patient at-bat.
Millage draws the 1-out walk, bringing in the right fielder, number 17, Kenny Swanson.
7 walks by my count given up by Canigator so far here. And that will bring in Kenny Swanson, who has reached on a walk and he has struck out. He takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes now to Kenny Swanson. Talon Millage on first. Here's the pitch. That is a Canagator fastball that's outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Kenny Swanson. Cole Rusink in the top of the lineup up next for Del Rapids post 65. Here's the pitch, and that's a pitch over the head that time of Kenny Swanson. And catcher Jacob Steen goes out to talk to his pitcher, Josh Canagator. So 3 balls and no strikes now to Kenny Swanson. Millage on first, 1 out. Del Rapids up here 1-0, top of the 7th. Here's the pitch, and that is a beauty. Beautiful curveball that time. 3 balls and 1 strike. So here's the Canagator 3-1. There is a called strike on the outside corner. So nice job battling back here by Josh Canagator. He fell behind 3-0, but now it is 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch now upcoming here to Kenny Swanson with Millage on first. Here's the pitch. It's a swing and a miss. What a job by Josh Canagator that time. Strikeout number 7 for the Clark Willow Lake right-hander. And that'll bring up the top of the order now with Cole Rusink, who reached on an error. He has walked. He has popped out to first. A couple of stolen bases here so far this morning. Here's the pitch to Rusink from Canagator. That is a little bit outside at the knees. 1 ball and no strikes. Again, Millage over at first, but now there are 2 outs. 1-0 Del Rapids. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss that time by Cole Rusink. 1 ball and 1 strike. And here's the pitch. That is low and outside. 2 balls and a strike now to Cole Rusink. If he keeps the half inning alive, Drake Eastman will come to the dish for the Del Rapids post 65. And here's the pitch. There's a hit the other way into right field, opposite field single for Cole Rusink. As he just went with that pitch and dumped it into right field, and Talon Millage will stop at second. Now Rusink is at first.
Right field, bringing up the shortstop number 5, Drake Eastman.
And that is, by my count, Del Rapids' 3rd hit here this afternoon. Here's the Canagator pitch to Drake Eastman. He swings and misses at that one. No balls and 1 strike. Millage on second, Rusink on first. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Del's leading and batting. They're leading 1-0. As faking a throw back to first is Jacob Steen. We've already seen Steen gun a runner out at second, and I think he got one over at third as well. So Steen with an absolute gun behind the plate. And here's the pitch. That is a strike at the knees. One ball, 2 strikes. There it is. There it is. The pitch that is just a little bit low and outside. Crowd kind of waiting in anticipation of that call from home plate umpire Matt Clark, and it was a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Drake Eastman. Again, runners on first and second with 2 outs. 1-0 Del Rapids. Here's the pitch from Canagator. That's low and outside to fill up the count now. So the carousel on the bases should start with this 3-2 count, 2 outs. Millage will get an early start from second. Cole Rusink from first. And here's the payoff pitch, and that's low and outside. That's going to get away from the catcher Steen. So with a walk is Drake Eastman. Cole Rusink to second. Talon Millage to third. And that will bring up Tad Chaden now with the bases loaded, and the Clark coach is coming out of the third base dugout. And this might be all for Canagator. We'll wait and see. And Canagator, if he's done, he's going to get a good hand as well. Don't want want to take a break too early, but I think there is going to be a pitching change, and there is. So we will catch up with the defensive changes coming up in 1 minute on Power 106.3, BigStoneRadio.com, and KMSD. Back in 1 minute.
Whetstone Sanitation is your locally owned and locally operated garbage service provider in Millbank, rural Grant County, and along Big Stone Lake. Whetstone Sanitation offers once or twice a week residential pickup and up to 5 days per week commercial pickup. Whetstone Sanitation offers 14, 20, and 30-yard roll-off dumpster rentals for those big cleanup projects. Whetstone Sanitation also has quality portable toilet rentals and septic pumping service. And of course, they still provide 24/7 self-service recycling drop-off. Call Whetstone Sanitation today, 432-5854.
As the temperatures rise this summer, the Millstone Family Restaurant in Millbank has decided if you're melting, we're melting. With their all-new summer menu featuring all things melty. Start with the chicken Parmesan melt with crispy chicken, deep-fried mozzarella cheese on toasted Texas toast. Yum! The cheesy taco wrap and elevated super burrito with Monterey Jack cheese sauce. So cheesy. The super quesadilla, a classic cranked up a notch, and the cheeseburger salad just may be your new favorite. If you're melting, we're melting at the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12, Millbank.
All right, I think we got the defensive changes here. Now on the bump is Cooper Palmer for Clark Willow Lake. And going to third is Josh Canigator. So a straight defensive switch for Clark Willow Lake. And again, what a nice game pitched overall here today by Josh Canigator from Clark Willow Lake. He only gives up 1 run, a couple of hits.
The first baseman, number 13, Tad.
He had 7 strikeouts and 7 or 8 walks. I'll have to count them up here in just a second. But Tad Chaden now comes up with runners on first and second and third. Actually, the bases are loaded. So Millage at third, Rusink at second, Eastman at first, Tad Chaden. Here's the pitch to Tad that is popped up in foul territory. And catching it in foul territory is Jacob Steen. And leaving the bases loaded that time is Del Rapids. And that will close 6.5 innings. We're going to the bottom of the 7th, Game 1, Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Del Rapids is leading Clark Willow Lake 1-0. We'll be back with more state baseball coming up in 1 minute on Power 106.3 KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Pro Image Partners. Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. You want the best for work or play. We're your one-stop image shop. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
Millbank Legion Post 9 welcomes all teams and fans to the state tournament. Millbank is the birthplace of Legion Baseball, and they're honored to be able to host the event at the new ballpark. What started 100 years ago has grown to over 50 states and Canada, with over 3,500 teams participating. American Legion Baseball, giving players an opportunity to develop their skills, personal fitness, leadership qualities, and have more fun. Play ball.
Our opening ceremony
Alrighty.
at 4 o'clock, and then our 2 games tonight, Game 3 starting at 5 o'clock between Girl and Post 39 and Winterflow and Post 169, and then 30 minutes after that will be Scotland Minnesota.
All right, we're catching some announcements here from public address announcer Brady Femling. Anyway, we're heading into the bottom of the 7th inning. Clark Willow Lake is coming to bat. Josh Canigator's unofficial line here today, 6 2/3 innings, giving up 3 hits, striking out 7, walking 7, and giving up 1 run.
The leading out for Clark Willow Lake in the bottom of the 7th inning, the second baseman, number 11, Tyson Huber.
8 walks, I believe, given up. by Cannegator anyway. Here comes Clark Willow Lake in the bottom of the 7th inning. Tyson Huber swings and misses. Again, on the KMSD side of things, coming up at about a half hour after this, Parkston and Dakota Valley. We'll have that game for you as well on KMSD. And there's a strike. No balls and 2 strikes now from Lincoln Fursdahl to Huber. Here's the pitch. That is a fastball that's high. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Tyson Huber. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Fursdahl.
Number 16, Colin Gaghouse.
Strikeout number 14 overall for the Del Rapids pitching staff here this morning, which has now just about melted into Friday afternoon. Tad Chaden had 13 of those 14 strikeouts. Colin Gaikowski, who has struck out and grounded to short. Here's the pitch. That is a strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That's high and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And here comes the pitch. There's a foul back to the netting. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Colin Gaikowski. Again, Dakota Valley and Parkston coming up. It's a half hour after this one. Here's the pitch. That's a curveball that stays high and inside from Fursdahl. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Colin Gaikowski. Nobody on, 1 out for Clark Willow Lake here in the bottom of the 7th. There's a pitch that is foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Colin Gaikowski. Here's the pitch. There's a pop-up into foul territory. The catcher, Gage Bunkers, just about makes the catch right at the netting. But he doesn't. He comes up empty. And so the count rides along now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Colin Gaikowski. Here comes the 2-2. There is a fastball right across the plate, but a little bit high. To fill up the count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Gaikowski. Jack Helkin waits on deck here for Clark Willow Lake. And the payoff pitch, that is high. So Colin Gaikowski becomes the tying run at first base. And that will bring up first baseman number 7, Jack Helkin. Helkin is struck out and he is grounded out, pitcher to first. So he's 0 for 2 here this morning. Colin Gaikowski over at first. And the Fursdahl pitch upcoming. There it is. Fastball is a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes. Del Rapids coach going to come out and talk to his pitcher and his team. Again, thanks to the all-game sponsors here for the State American Legion Baseball Tournament, Class B, Pro Image Partners, Millstone Family Restaurant, Whetstone Sanitation, Dakota Country Ag Service, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen Ortonville, Al's Body Shop, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Otter Tail Power Company, Millbank Eye Care, Schmidt's Landing, Street Graphics, Harry's Implement Fernie, Millbank Ford, Jurgen C. Store, Roy's Sport Shop, First Choice Real Estate, Lewis Family Drug, and Birchmiller Post 9, American Legion Post here in Millbank. Helkin now with a 1-0 count. The meeting on the mound is over. 1 ball and no strikes to Jack Helkin. Gaikowski on first. There's a swing and a miss by Helkin. 1 ball and 1 strike to the first baseman from Clark Willow Lake. And the 1-1 count now to Helkin, or that's 1-1. That's a swing and a miss, or a called strike, I guess. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Helken. Kai Vandersnick waits on deck. Tying run at first base. Colin Gaikowski. Del Rapids up here 1-0. Bottom of the 7th inning. And the 1-2 pitch now to Helken. Here comes the first doll pitch. That's high and outside on the fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The winner of this game plays tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And there's a swing and a miss by Helken. And the loser of this game plays at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And meanwhile, a strikeout for Fursdahl. His second. Courtesy runner at first.
Now batting number 20, Charlie Luvas.
Charlie Luvas is batting now for Clark Willow Lake. There's a pop fly into short left field. That could be trouble. But coming in and putting it away is Connor Hansen. So that will do game number 1. Del Rapids hangs on to beat Clark Willow Lake 1-0. So again, Clark Willow Lake will play tomorrow morning at 10. Del Rapids will play tomorrow afternoon at 7. We'll be back to wrap this thing up in 1 minute. In 1 minute on Power 106.3 KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
And winner
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug, everyday savings close to home.
Looking to sell your home or lake place? First Choice Real Estate is here to help. Whether you're upsizing, downsizing, or simply looking for a fresh start, they want your listing. Their experienced team of agents are ready to go to work for you with proven marketing strategies and a local touch and the local knowledge you can trust. Contact First Choice Real Estate in Millbank today to list your property. Make First Choice Real Estate your first choice. Online at millbanksbest.com.
And welcome back. The pitcher's duel is over. Tad Chaden wins over Josh Canigator. Del Rapids wins 1-0 here in a pitcher's duel. Del Rapids, like we said, they win 1-0 here. Del Rapids will play tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Clark Willow Lake will go into the losers bracket and play at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, we want to thank our sponsors on both sides, all sides, for bringing you these games. And again, Power 106.3, we will let you guys go here shortly. But anyway, Clark Willow Lake sponsors Westside Implement, Clark Ace Hardware, Ag Works of Clark, and Angel's Attic Thrift Store. So thanks to all those sponsors. And I'm going to take a break. I need to get the lineups for the next game. KMSD, stand by. Coming up in about a half hour is Parkston and Dakota Valley. So stick tight on KMSD. Power 106.3 listeners, thanks for listening. And we're going to send it back to the studios now of KMSD and Power 106. And for now, good morning from Millbank, everybody. We'll talk to you later, KMSD, in about a half hour.
that quick. We'll try to do that quick. So we'll leave Dakota Valley's back, but you can keep the Parkston one, okay? Thank you. Yep. Here it is. Parkston.
Chad, I don't know if you want one of these or not. Game recap.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Dakota Valley. I'm talking out loud.
Yep, that's right, yep.
And then the other thing is you can put on there that on Game Changer, and then basically tell you how it's in there at a certain part of it. What is it, 2025 South Dakota Class B? Yeah. You get good otherwise? You don't want to do it, or you don't want to do it? Should be on that sheet. You should have all, there you go. Yep.
What do you want?
Do you want signature pitch counts? It don't matter. I brought it up, so I was like, I better check.
You might know that Mike Starda, not Carter.
Sorry.
Starda.
They Pringles, they call them Pringle cans, and that's what a strike zone is. Or they call him Pringle. Or the one day Greenfield said from Tight Squeeze, Virginia.
Jake Cornelson. Cornelson, yeah. Ramos. Yep, that's VC, yep. Shaw. Hoffman. Novel. Jones. And then for Parkston, you got Holzbauer, Summer. Yep. Summer, Decker, Long, Kramer, Negebauer, Braley, Jervik, Kurtbach, Boker, not Bocher, Boker, Bowmore, Beaver, Weber. Boker. Right fielder's name, Decker? Decker, yep. Thank you, Brady. Yep. Okay. We'll do code sportsmanship and then, or starting lineup, code sportsmanship and then the other Dakota Valley. Yep. All right, thanks.
Welcome to Verizon Wire.
Hey, Chad.
Hello.
All right. Right now we're in news, and we got about 3.5 minutes left. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yep. I'll just jump on right after that.
All right. Sam.
Thank you.
Honored United States Marine Corps Private First Class Model.
Your call is now being
over, and we join Mr. Chad Knowles, who will take it away. Chad?
Carter Summer.
Alrighty, thanks a lot, Jeff. Welcome back to game number 2 now of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here in Millbank. Again, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chad Knowles, glad to be along. We're on KMSD here only on this second game, so welcome into our video and audio stream and our audio as well. Now let's meet the starting lineups. This game is between Parkston, post 194, and Dakota Valley, post number 319. Parkston, post 194, will bat like this. Catcher, number 1, Caden Holzbauer, will lead off. Batting number 2, the pitcher, number 4, Carter Summer.
The left fielder, number 11, Jack Kurtenbach.
Batting number 3 in right field, number 9, James Deckert. Batting number 4 at third base, number 5, Tate Klum. Batting number 5 in center field, number 7, Coulter Kramer. Batting number 6 at first base, Cash Negebauer. Batting number 7 at second base, number 2, Drew Braley. Batting number 8 at shortstop, number 0, Mason Jervik. Batting number 9 in left field, Jax Kurtenbach. Parkston post 194 is coached by T.J. Schmidt, Ty Negebauer, Adam Deering, and Landon Sudbeck. Trey Bechter is a reserve for Parkston. Grady Bohr is a reserve. Carson Bieber is a reserve. And Johnny Weber is a reserve for Parkston post 194. For Dakota Valley post 19, they'll bat like this. Leading off in left field, Jackson Shoulders. Batting number 2 and pitching, Grady Ramos. Batting number 3 at second base, Noah Graham. Batting in the cleanup spot at catching, number 84, Jack Weesey. Batting number 5 at first base, Sterling Schaff. Batting number 6 at third base, Vincent Hoffman. Batting number 7 at shortstop, number 9, Tate Cornelson. Batting number 8 in center field, Jake Pick. And batting number 9 in right field, Will Schnabel. And the reserves are Jack Jones and Ethan Seaton. Dakota Valley post 319 is coached by Caleb Deist. He's assisted by Stan Shaw. So there you have your starting lineups for Parkston post number 194, the visitors on the scoreboard, and Dakota Valley post number 319, the home team on the scoreboard. Your umpires, home plate this game is Doug Rusink. At first base is Mike Sarda, and at third base is Christian Christensen. If you're just tuning in, the game before this, Del Rapids post 65 defeated Clark Willow Lake post number 61 to nothing. All right, so we are getting ready here for the Code of Ethics, and I tell you what, we're going to take a quick break here in KMSD, and we'll be back with the first pitch coming up in 90 seconds here on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Millbank Legion Post 9 welcomes all teams and fans to the state tournament. Millbank is the birthplace of Legion Baseball, and they're honored to be able to host the event at the new ballpark. What started 100 years ago has grown to over 50 states and Canada, with over 3,500 teams participating. American Legion Baseball, giving players an opportunity to develop their skills, personal fitness, leadership qualities, and have more fun. Play ball.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug, everyday savings close to home.
Looking to sell your home or lake place? First Choice Real Estate is here to help. Whether you're upsizing, downsizing, or simply looking for a fresh start, they want your listing. Their experienced team of agents are ready to go to work for you with proven marketing strategies and a local touch and the local knowledge you can trust. Contact First Choice Real Estate in Millbank today to list your property. Make First Choice Real Estate your first choice. Online at millbanksbest.com.
And And Dakota Valley is taking the field right now on defense, and we should tell you how these teams got here. And Parkston post 194 defeated Alexandria 8-4 to become the Region 5B champ. Dakota Valley post 319 defeated Lennox 10-1 to become the Region 3B champ. So that's how Parkston and Dakota Valley got here to the state tournament here in Millbank. Let's set Dakota Valley for you defensively here. In left field is Jackson Shoulders. Jake Pick is in center field. Will Schnabel is in right field. Around third base is Vincent Hoffman. At shortstop is Tate Cornelson. At second base is Noah Graham. And at first base is Sterling Schaff. On the bump is Grady Ramos. And Jack Weesey is catching for Dakota Valley post number 19. Parkston post 194 bats like this again. Caden Holzbauer leads off. Carter Summer bats number 2. James Deckert bats number 3. Tate Klum bats number 4. Coulter Kramer bats number 5. Cash Negebauer bats number 6. Drew Braley bats number 7. Batting number 8 is Mason Jervik, and batting number 9 is Jax Kurtenbach. Again, Parkston is coached by TJ Schmidt, Ty Negebauer, Adam Deering, and Landon Sudbeck. Dakota Valley is coached by Caleb Deist and Stan Schaff. All right, so tonight's session at 5 o'clock will feature Groton, post 39, and Winter Cologne, post number 169. That's at 5 o'clock. And then the 7 o'clock or 7:30 game is the host, Millbank, post 9, against Scotland, Menno, Freeman, and Canastota. So I think we are ready here for game number 2. The sun is out here in Millbank, and a little bit of wildfire smoke in the distance. 194. And we are ready to go here. Thanks for listening to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD. And again, streaming audio and video, BigStoneRadio.com. Parkston coming to bat in their white baseball pants, blue jerseys, red numerals, white trim. Dakota Valley in their white baseball pants and dark tops and white numerals and white lettering as well. So Parkston, Caden Holzbauer in the batter's box now for post number 194. The first pitch of the game by Ramos is a ball. Ramos, a left-handed pitcher for Dakota Valley, post number 319. And here comes the pitch. That is a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
At 12:24.
To Caden Holzbauer. So the 1-1 pitch now to Holzbauer. Here it is. That is low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Carter Summer waits on deck for Parkston. And there's a strike at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Caden Holzbauer.
He's trying to overcompensate.
And here's the pitch. That is inside. So the count is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Caden Holzbauer. Just underway here, top of the first inning. Parkston post 194 and Dakota Valley post number 319 doing battle here. Game number 2, day number 1 of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Here's the pitch. And that is a ball. So drawing a walk is Caden Holzbauer.
Walk, bringing up the pitcher number 4, Carter Summer.
And that'll bring up the pitcher, number 4, Carter Summer for Parkston. Holzbauer out at first now for post 194. Again, a pretty nice crowd here in Millbank on a Friday afternoon, getting a little early jump on the weekend. Carter Summer now in the batter's box with a runner on first. He squares to bunt, pops it up. Pitcher Ramos catches it, throw back to first. Not in time. Boy, that was a bang play over there at first. So Carter Summer, bunt pops out to the pitcher, and pitcher Ramos fired a P over to first base, but it was just a little bit high, and Holzbauer gets back in. Now into the batter's box, number 9, the right fielder, James Deckert, left-handed batter against left-handed pitcher here. This particular matchup, here's the pitch. That is the opposite way. It goes into left field for a single for Deckert. And stopping at second is Holzbauer. And that'll bring up now Tate Klum.
Left field, bring up the cleanup hitter, the third baseman, number 5, Tate Klum.
Tate Klum wears number 5, and he plays field position number 5 this game. That's third base, of course. And there's going to be a little quick meeting at the mound between catcher Jack Weesey and Grady Ramos. Now Weesey returns back behind home plate. And Tate Klum now in the batter's box. Parkston, a golden opportunity to get on the scoreboard first here in the top of the first. They have runners on first and second with one out. And Ramos, long look back to second. Here's the pitch. That is low and inside. 1 ball and no strikes to Tate Klum. Caden Holzbauer playing all kinds of cat and mouse out there at second base with Ramos. He's jumping around off of second base and threatening to go, but he hasn't gone anywhere so far. We'll wait and see. Not going anywhere this time either, and there is a ball. So 2 balls and no strikes. As Ramos gets behind now. 2 balls and no strikes. Runners on first and second for Parkston with 1 out. And there's the throw back to first. They got her back to second. They got him picked off for now. Getting caught in the hot box between second and third is Holzbauer. And Holzbauer is going to try to make it back to second. Meanwhile, standing at second was James Deckert. And now Holzbauer is going to be tagged out, and Deckert's going to be at second. So Holzbauer took off, and pitcher Ramos threw back to second. So he was in the hot box long time between second and third. Meanwhile, Deckert was at second. Holzbauer tried to go back to second and said, wait a minute, my teammate is there. So Deckert was on second. Trying to get to third was Holzbauer, and he was tagged out at third. Anyway, there's 2 outs for Parkston now, and Klum with a 2-0 count. Now with Deckert on second base. There's a Ramos fastball. That is high, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. Three balls and no strikes now to Tate Klum. And here comes the pitch. That is a swing and a miss. Nice pitch that time by Ramos. Three balls and 1 strike now to the cleanup hitter for Parkston, Tate Klum. 2 out, 1 on. Here's the pitch. There is a ball. So drawing a walk is Tate Klum, so he goes to first base. Deckert stays at second, and that will bring up now number 7.
2-out walk, bringing up the center fielder, number 7, Coulter Kramer.
Coulter Kramer, the center fielder for Parkston. Post number 194. There's a pitch, a swing and a miss. Fastball that time by Grady Ramos. And the 0-1 pitch, here it is. There's a fly ball into back behind the plate in foul territory, way out of the field of play. So no balls and one strike now to Coulter Kramer. Cash Negebauer would bat next for Parkston if the half inning stays alive. No score, just underway. Parkston and Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. That is high by Ramos. And it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count now to Coulter Kramer, the center fielder. And here comes the pitch. There is a swing and a miss. So Parkston strands a runner at second and a runner at first and do not score here in the top of the first. Half an inning, Parkston 0, Dakota Valley coming to bat. We'll be back with more State B American Legion Baseball in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Roy's Sports Shop in Watertown welcomes all teams and fans to town for the Legion Tournament. Roy's has been the sporting goods leader in this area for over 55 years. Uniforms, sports equipment for baseball, softball, hockey, and more. Plus, clothing and footwear, too. Get in the game. Get into Roy's Sports Shop on Highway 212 in Watertown, across from Watertown Ford. Shop weekdays 9 to 6, 10 to 3 on Saturday.
Calling all anglers and adventurers. Discover the ultimate convenience store at Jurgen Sea Store in Wilmont. New to our lineup, live bait. That's right, we've got fresh minnows and wriggling worms to help you hook the big one. But wait, there's more. Our deli serves up savory burgers, mouth-watering Piccadilly pizza, snacks, cold beverages, and a whole lot of yum. And don't forget to top off your tank while you're here. Fill up your car, pickup, and boat with top-notch gas so you can hit the road or the water without missing a beat. For all your fishing and fueling needs, there's only one name to remember, Jurgen Sea Store in Wilmot. Another great Stills and Oil Company Sea Store. Let the adventure begin.
And let's set Parkston defensively for you here in the bottom of the first inning. In left field is Jax Kurtenbach. In center field is Coulter Kramer. Over in right is James Deckard. Around the infield, Tate Klum is at third. Mason Jervik is at short. Drew Braley is at second base. And Cash Negebauer is at first. Behind the dish is Caden Holzbauer. And on the bump, pitching this afternoon is Carter Summer, right-handed pitcher. Dakota Valley will send up Jackson Shoulders, Grady Ramos, and Noah Graham.
Bottom of the first inning, the left fielder, number 11, Jackson Shoulders.
Jackson Shoulders leading off here for Dakota Valley, post number 319. Again, we are in the bottom of the first. If you're just tuning in here, Del Rapids defeated Clarkwillow Lake in game number 1 this morning, 1-0. A great pitchers duel for Del Rapids and Clarkwillow Lake earlier here today. And Summer fires in a ball, then he fires in a fastball that's outside. 2 balls and no strikes now to Jackson Shoulders. Grady Ramos on deck here for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. That is outside. So 3 balls and no strikes now to Jackson Shoulders. And there's a strike fired in by Carter Summer. 3 balls and a strike now to Jackson Shoulders. There's a grounder to third. Nice job by Klum. Throws across the diamond. Does not being able to be held onto though by Cash Negebauer. So reaching first is Jackson Shoulders.
Shoulders reaches on the infield single, bringing up the pitcher number 22, Grady Ramos.
And that was a hot shot to third, and playing in anyway was Tate Klum, so they're going to give him a single on that one. Jackson Shoulders gets a single. Grady Ramos now batting for post number 319. Here's the pitch to Ramos. He takes a strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike now to Grady Ramos with Jackson Shoulders on first. Nobody out. No score. Bottom of the first. Game number 2, day number 1. Class B American Legion State Baseball Tournament here from the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. Here's the pitch. That is on the outside corner for a strike. So jumping way ahead now is Carter Summer. No balls and 2 strikes. Grady Ramos backs out of the batter's box. Now he gets back in the batter's box with a 0-2 count. And here comes the summer pitch, and that is a swing and a miss. And that is a strikeout. And gaining second in the meantime, he was on the move, was Jackson Shoulders. And that'll bring up number 16. Now the second baseman, Noah Graham for Dakota Valley, post number 319. With Shoulders on second, 1 out, no score between Dakota Valley and Parkston. Here's the pitch. That is a dribbler to third. Klum fields it on the run with a throw. And that's not going to be able to be dug out at first. And in the meantime, coming in to score is Jackson Shoulders. So reaching first is Noah Graham. There's a collision down there at first base. Looks like everybody's okay. They're going to let Graham run around a little bit there behind the bag at first base.
Now batting the catcher, number 84, Jack Weesey.
Catcher number 84 now in the batter's box, Jack Weesey. So it is 1-0 now. Dakota Valley post 319. No balls and 1 strike to Weesey. Here's the pitch. That is low and in. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Jack Weesey with Noah Graham on first. Dakota Valley here, post 19, leading 1-0. Bottom of the first inning. Here's the pitch. That is a ball. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to Jack Weesey. And here's the pitch. There's a pop-up on the infield. Shortstop Mason Jervik says, I have it. And Mason Jervik catches it head high. So popping out to short is Jack Weesey.
First baseman, number 8, Sterling Schaff.
Sterling Schaff now batting, the 5th place batter. The first baseman, number 8, left-handed batter for Dakota Valley, post 319, who has drawn first blood here, 1-0. Here's the pitch. That is a fastball in the outside corner for a strike from Carter Summer. No balls and 1 strike now to number 8, Sterling Schaff.
Hit 1 dead center and 1 to right.
Throw to first by Summer. They had the runner picked off, but the throw gets away, way high. So gaining second is Noah Graham on the errant throw by the pitcher, Carter Summer. So Graham is standing at second base now. And Schaff with a no ball, 1 strike count. And here's the pitch. That is on the low outside way, low and outside though. 1 ball and 1 strike to Sterling Schaff. And here's the pitch. There is a swing and a miss by Schaff. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Vincent Hoffman would bat next if the half inning stays alive. Dakota Valley leading here 1-0 over Parkston. Game number 2, day number 1 of the Class B American Legion Baseball State Tournament here in Millbank. Here's the pitch. That is outside on the Summer fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Schaff. Again, Noah Graham at second for Dakota Valley. Sterling Schaff with a 2-2 count. Summer comes to the set. Here's the righty's pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Summer has 2 strikeouts in the half inning, but Dakota Valley does draw first blood. They score 1 run in the bottom of the first inning. After 1, Dakota Valley 1, Parkston 0. Back with more State Class B American Legion Baseball from Millbank in 1 minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Hi, Darren Mertens here from Millbank Ford. We have a great new inventory on hand here, so come in, check them out, take a test drive, and have Chuck work out a great deal for you for some new transportation. We also have a lot of very nice pre-owned units. If you are in the need of service, call in and talk to Gene, Ryan, and they will take care of all your maintenance and repair needs. 605-432-4525 or millbankford.net. Millbank Ford, West Highway 12 in Millbank.
Step up to the plate with farm equipment you can count on. From Harry Implement in Bernie, your hometown Case IH and Massey Ferguson dealer, delivering a lineup of tractors, combines, and hay equipment that hits it out of the park. Need parts? Service? We're in your corner. Family owned since 1935. Harry Implement is built on hard work and rooted in the land, just like America's pastime. Harry Implement in Bernie. Sales, service, and parts that cover all the bases. Harry Implement, proud to support the Groton Legion Post 39 baseball team at the state tournaments.
And welcome back in here to the broadcast booth at the brand new in its second year Legion Field at Farley Park here in the north part of Millbank, South Dakota.
After Parkston in the top of the second inning, the first baseman, number 6, Cash Negebauer.
Cash Negebauer will stand in the batter's box now for Parkston here in the top of the second. 1-0 Dakota Valley here in the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Here's the pitch to Negebauer. He takes a ball. Cash at first base here this afternoon for Parkston, post number 194. And here comes the Ramos pitch. That's a fastball that's right over the plate, but a little bit high. 2 balls and no strikes now to Cash Negebauer. Ramos's pitch. There is a swing and a miss by Negebauer. 2 balls and 1 strike. And here comes the 2-1. That is on the inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice pitch that time by Ramos. Negebauer took it. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cash. There's the 2-2. There's a swing and a miss. Ramos' second strikeout here this afternoon. Back-to-back strikeouts as he ended the last half inning with a strikeout. And now that'll bring up the second baseman, number 2, Drew Braley for Parkston, post number 194. And here's the pitch now to Braley. He takes a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Braley takes a mighty swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes now to Drew Braley. And here's the 0-2 from Ramos. There's an excuse me swing, and the ball happened to hit the bat that time in foul territory. Hits the netting behind home plate. Count rides along. No balls and 2 strikes to Drew Braley. Mason Jervik waits on deck. And here's the pitch now. That is high on the Ramos fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I want to welcome everybody to Millbank here this weekend and into next week. Here's the pitch. That is right there, but a little bit low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yep, this tournament goes today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, where there'll be 1 or possibly 2 championship games on Tuesday, but there's a lot of baseball to play before that. Here's the pitch, and that is literally over the head that time of Drew Braley, and how Drew got out of the way that one, out of the way, I'll never know, but Drew Braley did get out of the way without getting hit. Fills up the count now to the Parkston second baseman, Drew Braley. 3 balls and 2 strikes, bases empty, 1 out. Top of the second inning. Here's the pitch. There's a ball. So Drew Braley draws a walk.
Now batting the shortstop, number 0, Mason Jervik.
That'll bring up number 0 now, the shortstop, Mason Jervik for Parkston. With Drew Braley on first and 1 out, 1-0 Dakota Valley. There's a foul tip into the mid of catcher Jack Weesey for a strike. Pretty windy day, as you can probably tell here through the headphones. Pretty good wind whipping out here in Millbank. No balls and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. That's high on the fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jervik. Drew Braley on first with his walk, representing the tying run. Dakota Valley is leading here 1-0. And the upcoming pitch, here it is. There's a swing and a miss. High heat that time by Ramos. One ball and 2 strikes now. And here comes the pitch. That's high on the Ramos fastball. So 2 balls and 2 strikes is the count. And the pitch on the way. There is a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 3 recorded for Ramos here this afternoon. That's going to bring up Jax Kurtenbach.
Jax Kurtenbach.
The left fielder, number 11 for Parkston, Jax Kurtenbach. So 2 out, 1 on here. Dakota Valley leads 1-0. Parkston batting here in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. That is high on the fastball to Jax Kurtenbach. If he reaches, we turn the top of the lineup with Caden Holzbauer. Drew Braley getting his lead over at first for post number 194. Here's the pitch. That is high and inside to Jax Kurtenbach. So Jack's ahead here in this at-bat. 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes the pitch. That is inside, on the inside corner for a strike. So 2-1 now the count to Jax Kurtenbach. And here comes the pitch. That is a strike at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, home plate umpire this afternoon is Doug Rusink. Mike Sarda is at first base. Christian Christensen is at third. And here's the pitch. That is just about offered at, and they appeal down to first, and he did hold his swing in time. So Jax Kurtenbach now with a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Grady Ramos is on the bump for Dakota Valley here this afternoon. He's filled up the count now to Kurtenbach. There goes the runner from first, and it's ball 4. So Jax Kurtenbach gets first base on the walk. Drew Braley goes into second. So that is the 4th walk given up here this afternoon so far by Grady Ramos. And that will bring up the top of the lineup now with the catcher, Caden Holzbauer. He walked, and he was out at third base eventually, last half inning. Runners on first and second now for Parkston. 1-0 Dakota Valley. And Ramos fires in a fastball that stays high. 1 ball and no strikes. And the 1-0 pitch, here it comes. That is a fly ball into left center field. Getting in under it and putting it away is Jackson Shoulders for the putout. So Holzbauer flies out to left field. So Parkston does come up empty here in the top of the second. An inning and a half. Game number 2, day number 1. Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament from Millbank. Dakota Valley 1, Parkston 0. We'll be back with more coming up in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Here's where the good ideas come from. Street Graphics, Main Street, Millbank, working with local schools to provide ideas and solutions for fundraising. They can customize a design just for you. T-shirts, trophies, banners, buttons, contract printing, they do it all. They work in quantities from 1 to 5,000. Printing and promotions, they print on anything but paper. See them at streetgraphics.com. That's graphics with an EX. Main Street, Millbank, South Dakota, streetgraphics.com.
Dreaming of a getaway? Escape to Schmidt's Landing on beautiful Big Stone Lake. Whether you're casting for walleyes, perch or bass, or just enjoying the stunning views, Schmidt's Landing has something for everyone. Relax in comfortable lakeside suites, or set up your camper or tent for a long weekend. How about spending this summer at your seasonal RV spot? There are also boat and pontoon rentals, plus a fully stocked C-store with bait and license. Discover a family adventure or a peaceful retreat at Schmidt's Landing. Visit schmidtslanding.com and like them on Facebook.
And welcome back in here to our video and audio stream on BigStoneRadio.com and locally here on KMSD, Classic Hits 95.1 and 1510 AM. KMSD, Millbank, South Dakota. Again, I'm Chad Knowles. Glad to be along with you here on your Friday, the opening day of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Micah Warrington from our sister station B103 will take you through your Saturday here, play-by-play wise, tomorrow. And of course, like we said, coming up at 5 o'clock, Groton Post 39 against Winter Cologne Post 169 at 5 o'clock, and that game will be followed by Millbank Post 9 against Scotland, Menno, Freeman, Canastota. Post number 152, that'll be in the neighborhood of about 7:30 here tonight.
The second inning. The third baseman, number 42, Vincent Hoffman.
And that'll bring up now number 42, the third baseman for Dakota Valley here this afternoon, Vincent Hoffman. Here's the Carter Summer fastball high and inside. 1 ball and no strikes now to Vincent Hoffman. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Heat that time from Carter Summer. 1 ball and 1 strike as Hoffman swung and missed. Here comes the pitch. That is low. Gets away from catcher Caden Holzbauer. And of course, no damage done if you're Parkston anyway, because nobody's on base for Dakota Valley. 1-0 Dakota Valley here in the bottom of the second inning. The post 319 is batting right now. That's high and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike now to Vincent Hoffman. Tate Cornelson waits on deck here for Dakota Valley. And the 3-1 pitch, here it comes. There's a swing and a miss. Nice pitch that time by Carter Summer. He had Hoffman all tied up in knots that time with that pitch, filling up the count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Summer's a fast worker. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that is a little bit low. And getting a walk is Vincent Hoffman.
Hoffman draws the leadoff walk, bringing up the shortstop, number 7, Tate Cornelson.
And that'll bring up Tate Cornelson now, the shortstop, number 7. With Vincent Hoffman on first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the second. Dakota Valley is batting and leading 1-0. Snap throw to first. That's a pretty good move that time by Carter Summer, but diving back in safely is Vincent Hoffman. there's a bunt, and that is a good one. And that is going to be out at first base. Oh, what a play by the catcher, Caden Holzbauer. He fielded that thing. That went about 6 feet down the third base line, and he fired a BB and just nipped Tate Cornelson at first base. And, well, now they might call him safe. I don't know. One of the umpires called him out, and now they're going to have a little bit of a meeting. And standing at first base is Tate Cornelson, so we'll see what happens here. He is safe. Okay, Tate Cornelson does get an infield single on the bunt. Vincent Hoffman goes into second. And either way that call went, that was a bang play that time from catcher Caden Holzbauer to the first baseman Cash Negebauer. But just getting in safely was Tate Cornelson. So Hoffman at second, Cornelson at first. Nobody out here for Dakota Valley in the bottom of the second inning. They are leading here 1-0. And again, we want to thank a lot of our sponsors here for bringing you these games. Our all games sponsor list: Birch Miller Post 9, American Legion Post here in Millbank, Lewis Family Drug, First Choice Real Estate, Roy's Sports Shop, Jurgen C-Store, Millbank Ford, Harry's Implement of Fernie, Street Graphics, Schmidt's Landing, Millbank Eye Care, the Otter Tail Power Company, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Al's Body Shop, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen, Ortonville, Dakota Country Ag Service, Whetstone Sanitation, Millstone Family Restaurant, and Pro Image Partners. And now back to live action here as Jake Pick steps in the batter's box. He takes a strike with first baseman Cash Negebauer streaming in, expecting a bunt. Perhaps as runners on first and second for Dakota Valley. And playing way up on the infield grass, I mean just about even with the pitcher's mound, is the first baseman. And there's a snap throw back to second, and getting back in safely out there is Vincent Hoffman. Meanwhile, it is a 1-ball, 1-strike count now to Jake Pick, the center fielder. Pick squares to bunt. He misses it for a strike. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jake Pick. So we'll see if he tries to bunt yet again with a 2-strike count. We'll wait and see. The 1-2 pitch is upcoming now from Summer. Runners on first and second with nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's outside. Nice block behind the dish that time by Caden Holzbauer for Parkston. So Dakota Valley threatening to add to the 1-0 lead here with runners on first and second, and a 2-2 count now to Pick. And there's a ball out to second, to short for 1, on to first. Not in time, and that gets away from the first baseman. Coming in to score is Vincent Hoffman. Out at second is Cornelson on the force out. And Pick gains first on the fielder's choice. And that'll bring up Will Schnabel, now the right fielder, number 36. So Dakota Valley leads now 2-0.
The right fielder, number 36, Will Schnabel.
So post 319 is up now 2-0 here on Parkston, and there's going to be a conference at the mound now as the Parkston coach comes out from the first base dugout. Again, the 5 o'clock game, Groton, post number 39 against Winter Cologne, post number 169. And the nightcap tonight to close off day 1, Millbank post 9 will play Scotland, Menno, Freeman, Canastota, SMFC for short. That game in the neighborhood of about 7:30 here this evening from Millbank, South Dakota, birthplace of American Legion Baseball. The meeting at the mound is over. So Schnabel now, and there's going to be a throw over to first, so Pick gets back in safely. Here's the pitch. Schnabel squares to bunt. That gets away from the catcher Holzbauer, but not far enough for Pick to try to go to second base. And the Summer pitch. Here's a bunt foul by Schnabel. So it is one ball and one strike now to Will Schnabel, the right fielder. Pick is on first. Here's the pitch. Bunting, and third baseman Klum picks it up, throws to first, and that is going to be just in time as the first baseman Negebauer keeps his foot on the bag. And so Schnabel is out on the bunt attempt.
On the 5-3 putout, we go back to the top of the order. The left fielder, number 11, Jackson Schultz.
And that'll bring up Jackson Shoulders now, number 11. Jackson singled and scored Dakota Valley's first run here this afternoon. As on second now is Jake Pick. And here comes the Carter Summer pitch. That's going to be fouled back to the netting here behind home plate. No balls and one strike to Jackson Shoulders. And Summer, there's a pickoff play at second base. That goes into center field, scooped up out there by center fielder Coulter Kramer, but not going to third because he was diving back into second. It was Jake Pick. So Pick is still at second now as Summer threw the ball and did get away from shortstop. But like we said, center fielder came in to pick up the ball. The no ball, one strike count. Summer is inside on the fastball that time. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jackson Shoulders. And here comes the 1-1 swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jackson Shoulders. And there's a swing and a miss. So strikeout number 3 this afternoon for Parkston starting pitcher Carter Summer. So 2 innings complete. Dakota Valley 2 and Parkston nothing. We'll be back to Millbank with more from the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament coming up in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
This summer in Millbank, the crack of the bat and cheers from the stands bring us all together. Whether you're watching your grandkid hustle to first base or catching a game under the lights, Millbank Eye Care is here to help you see it all. No squinting required. From clear glasses to summer shades, they'll help you catch every moment in sharp focus. Swing by to make an appointment for a checkup. Millbank Eye Care. Clear vision, community pride, and baseball memories made sharp.
When Mother Nature turns up the temperature, we all feel the heat. It can add stress to almost everything, including the energy resources we rely on. Otter Tail Power Company reminds you there are easy ways to help. Use only necessary lights and turn them off when you leave a room. Turn your AC thermostat up a few degrees. And use window coverings to block the heat of the sun during the day. Visit otpco.com/tips for more ideas on how to stay cool. Together we can all make a difference to help beat the heat.
And welcome back here to Millbank. We are in the top of the 3rd inning now as Parkston comes to bat here against Dakota Valley, and it is Dakota Valley now leading here 2-0. Again, we're entering the top of the 3rd here on a windy, sunny day here in Millbank, northeast South Dakota. As Carter Summer will come to the batter's box now for Parkston post number 194.
The 3rd, the pitcher, number 4, Carter Summer.
Carter Summer has popped out to the pitcher, so he's 0 for 1 here so far today. And here's the pitch to Carter. That is low on the fastball that time from Grady Ramos, Dakota Valley's left-handed starting pitcher here this afternoon. And And here comes the pitch now. There is a swing and a miss, or a foul tip, and I think that hit got to home plate umpire Doug Rusink. Doug kind of looking at his left wrist, left shoulder, left arm area.
Opening ceremonies will start at 4 p.m. in between game 2 and 3 of the tournament.
The opening ceremonies are scheduled here for 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's a pretty neat thing to watch, I guess I have heard many times. So again, that's before the night session here, and then as well. So home plate umpire Rusink is kind of being attended to. He got caught there on his wrist or his left arm somewhere. So hopefully home plate umpire Doug Rusink will be okay. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for bringing you these games, because again, without the sponsors, of course, we can't be broadcasting. So now I think Mr. Rusink is going to shake it off. And we are going to go back to live action now. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count to Carter Summer. 2-0 Dakota Valley. If you're just tuning in, here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Summer. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Carter Summer. Top of the third is where we are. Again, earlier today, Del Rapids defeated Clark Willow Lake 1-0 in a pitcher's duel. And the 1-2 pitch, here it is from Ramos, that's high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Ramos now getting set to deliver the 2-2. Here it comes. There's a fly ball into short center field, left center field. And that is going to drop in between shortstop Tate Cornelson and center fielder Jake Pick. And a bloop single by Carter Summer. And that'll bring up James Deckert.
Summer singles to left center, bringing up the right fielder, number 9, James Deckert.
And that'll bring up now the right fielder, James Deckert. He singled back in the first. 1 for 1 here officially for James Deckert. And here comes the pitch. That is low. Blocked behind the dish by Jack Weesey. So 1 ball and no strikes. Now the count to James Deckert with Carter Summer on first and nobody out for Parkston. Dakota Valley is leading Parkston here 2-0 in the top of the third inning. Ramos over to first. Diving back in safely is Summer. Again, a nice cool breeze here in Millbank, something we have not been able to say very much this summer so far. Here's the pitch. There's a hit into center field. That's a sharp single to center for James Deckert. Stopping at second is Carter Summer.
Third baseman, number 5, Tate.
And that now will bring up the third baseman, number 5, Tate Klum, with a golden opportunity here to put Parkston on the scoreboard in the top of the third inning. It is 2-0 Dakota Valley for now. But Parkston's going to try to have something to say about that here possibly in the bottom of their top of the third inning. Summer on second, and there's a pitch that is blooped down the first base line and just foul. Trying to go the opposite field that time and dump it into right for a single was Tate Klum, and just about got the job done, but about, 6-7 feet foul, I suppose, just over the first baseman's head. So no balls and 1 strike now the count to Tate Klum. Ramos in a little bit of a jam here with runners on first and second. For Parkston, the 0-1 pitch here upcoming to Klum, and here it is. There's a hit into left field, and that's going to find Green for a single. Picked up out there and returned quickly by Jackson Shoulders, but now Parkston has the bases loaded as Summer goes to third, James Decker to second, Tate Klum to first.
Bringing up the center fielder, number 7, Coulter Kramer.
So back-to-back singles now by Parkston, and they are right back in this thing. They have not scored yet, but they are threatening to change that. And number 7, Coulter Kramer, the center fielder who struck out back in the first, has a golden opportunity here with the bases loaded and nobody out. The Ramos fastball is high and inside. Again, Dakota Valley is leading here 2-0. But that lead is very tenuous, I guess, if you will, for now. And the 1-0 pitch, there's a swing and a miss. Coulter Kramer wanted every inch of that baseball and just got a bunch of Millbank air that time on the swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Coulter Kramer. Again, bases are full of Parkston runners. Here's the pitch. There's another swing and a miss. So Ramos ahead now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Summer at third, Deckard at second, Klum at first. Those are your Parkston base runners with nobody out here in the top of the third. Here's the pitch. There is a swing and a miss. A huge, and I mean huge, strikeout for Ramos and Dakota Valley, as that's Ramos's 4th strikeout.
The first baseman, number 6, Cash Negebauer.
And that'll bring up now the first baseman, number 6, Cash Negebauer. He struck out last half inning. So bases are still loaded for Parkston, and now there is 1 out. And here's the pitch. That's high and in on the Ramos fastball that time to Negebauer. Again, Negebauer with the same opportunity here at the plate that Coulter Kramer had. So we'll see what Cash does with this at-bat here. 1 ball and no strikes now to Negebauer. Here it is. There's a fly ball into center field, and that could get over the center fielder's head, and it does. 1 run is going to score, 2 runs are going to score, 3 runs are going to score. A bases clearing 3 RBI double for Cash Negebauer. And just like that, it is 3-2 Parkston.
Negebauer clears the bases.
Cash got every inch of that piece of that baseball that time, and it flew way over the head of Jake Pick. So now it is 3-2 as Parkston has grabbed the lead here in the Class B tournament. That'll bring up Drew Braley now. He takes a strike, 3-2. Parkston has gained the lead over Dakota Valley, who has been leading 2-0 until this point. And here's the pitch now. There is a excuse me swing. Ramos fields his position, throws it over to first. Drew Braley is out. But going over to third is Cash Negebauer. And so now there are 2 outs. Negebauer is at third. Mason Jervik comes to the batter's box now, the shortstop.
Number 0, Mason Jervik.
A 3 RBI double by Cash Negebauer cleared the bases. And here's the pitch now. Parkston, like we said, is leading here 3-2 now in the top of the 3rd inning. And the Ramos pitch, the 1-0. There's a mighty fly ball, but way foul off to the left by Jervik.
That's a 203 Realty foul ball. Turn it back in to the blue tent.
So 1-1 the count now, as taking and getting a timeout. So 1 ball and 1 strike now the count to Mason Jervik. Here's the pitch. Mason swings and misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jervik. Parkston has hung 3 runs here so far in the top of the 3rd inning to take a 3-2 lead. And the 1-2 pitch now upcoming to Mason Jervik. Here it is. That's a shot down the third base line. Foul. So, 1 ball and 2 strikes now the count to number 0, Mason Jervik, the shortstop. Cash Negebauer at third. 3-2 Parkston. Here's the swing and a miss. Strikeout number 5 for Ramos, but damage done for Parkston. They score 3 runs. And 2.5 innings complete. Parkston 3, Dakota Valley 2. You're in tune to Class B American Legion State Baseball on KMSD. We'll be back in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Looking for your next ride? Our Motors in Aberdeen is now offering 0% financing for qualified buyers on select Nissan Rogues, Pathfinders, and Muranos. Plus, don't miss great deals on Toyota Tacomas and Tundras. They're the home of the lifetime warranty, so you can drive with confidence for miles to come. Stop in and see Barry Keith at Our Motors just across from the airport in Aberdeen, or call 605-725-8624. Proud to support the Groton Legion Post number 39 baseball team. Good luck in the region tournament.
Are you in need of collision repair? Look no further than Al's Body Shop. Their team of expert technicians has years of experience and are dedicated to getting your car or truck back on the road in no time. From minor dings to major body damage, they've got you covered. And with their state-of-the-art equipment, they can handle any make or model. Plus, they work with all insurance companies to make the process as easy as possible. Don't let an accident slow you down. Go see Al's Body Shop today. Al's Body Shop, Millbank. Quality collision repair you can trust.
Welcome back into Class B State American Legion Baseball here from the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, centennial year, 100 years ago. This game was invented right here in Millbank, South Dakota. Dakota Valley is coming up here in the bottom of the third inning. Trailing now 3-2. They were leading 2-0 in Parkston. If you're just tuning in, scored 3 in the top of the third, and that'll bring up now Grady Ramos. There's a swing and a miss. So now Carter Summer on the mound is working with a lead here for Parkston, post 194. And no balls and 1 strike to Ramos. Here's the pitch. That is a beautiful pitch by Summer, a curved ball over the center of the plate as it ended up. No balls and 2 strikes now to Ramos. And here is the pitch. There's a grounder down the first base line, fielded in foul territory by Cash Negebauer. But all he can do, of course, is return it to his pitcher, Carter Summer, and the count rides along, and no balls and 2 strikes now to Grady Ramos. Noah Graham waits on deck for Dakota Valley, post 319. And here's the Summer pitch. That's high on the fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carter Summer has one good fastball, that is for sure. And he rears back and throws it with all his might. Here's the pitch. That's a foul back to the netting behind home plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Grady Ramos. Parkston is leading here 3-2 over Dakota Valley. State Class B American Legion Baseball is what you are tuned into here on a Friday afternoon. Here's the pitch. That is a ball. There's just a few people, I think, in this stadium that perhaps thought that was a strike. But 2 balls and 2 strikes is the count to Grady Ramos. And here's the 2-2. And that is a called third strike. So Ramos is rung up on strikes. Strikeout number 4 for Parkston's Carter Summer here this afternoon.
Baseman number 16, Noah Graham.
That'll bring up Noah Graham, now number 16, the second baseman. Here's the pitch to Noah. That is a strike right across Broadway. And the pitch misses. Ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike now to number 16, Noah Graham, the second baseman. And here's the 1-1, and that's going to hit Noah Graham, so he goes to first base, hit by the pitch. So Graham becomes the runner at first base.
Number 84, Jack Weesey.
And that'll bring up Jack Weesey now, number 84, the catcher. Jack Weesey popped out to short, so he's 0 for 1 here so far this afternoon in the stat line. Again, Parkston leads here 3-2 over Dakota Valley. State Class B American Legion Baseball from Millbank, South Dakota on a Friday afternoon. Throw over to first by Summer. Diving back in safely is Noah Graham. So yet waiting a pitch homeward is Jack Weesey. And here comes the pitch from Summer. There's a fastball, swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes now, or no balls and 1 strike. No balls and 1 strike is the count now to Jack Weesey. Summer snap throw over to first. Again, diving back in safely is Noah Graham. Wind whistling through the press box here on a Friday afternoon with a sun-splashed field here in Millbank. No balls and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch, a swing and a miss. Runner is off, and that is going to be an out at second base. As well, I think they're thinking it's strike 3. Now, I don't know. I think that might not be strike 3. The runner is out at second base, but there's only 2 strikes, so I think Parkston has to go back in the field, I believe. They're thinking there's a 3rd strike there, but I think they're going to have to go back out on the field. Anyway, gunned out at second is Noah Graham. And everybody from Parkston's defense was ready to go back in the first base dugout, except there was one problem. It's a no-ball, 2-strike count. So, still alive at the at-bat is Jack Weesey with a no-ball, 2-strike count. What a nice throw down to second, though. A bang-bang play. Caden Holzbauer to Drew Braley. What a put out that time for Parkston. Here's the 0-2 now. That's high on the Summer fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Jack Weesey. Bases are empty now for Dakota Valley. Parkston leads here 3-0 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the netting here behind home plate. Again, coming up at 4 o'clock, the opening ceremonies, and then 5 o'clock, Groton will play Winter Colomb, and then after that one, about 7:30, Millbank will play Scotland, Menno, Freeman, Canastota. Those are your remaining 2 games here, day 1, and there is a called 3rd strike. So Jack Weesey is out on strikes. 3 up and 3 down the way it turned out for Dakota Valley. So 3 complete. Parkston 3, Dakota Valley 2. We'll return to Millbank for more State American Legion Baseball coming up in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Dairy Queen in Ortonville is your locally owned and operated DQ serving the Big Stone Lake area and beyond. Beat the summer heat with one of their cool treats like the famous Blizzard, Peanut Buster Parfait, hand-dipped cones, sundaes, and more. If you're looking for the best meal deal around $7, the DQ deal meal cannot be beat. Choose from a cheeseburger or chicken strips, fries, beverage, and a sundae for only $7. Make the sundae a Blizzard for just $2 more. Hot eats, cool treats at Dairy Queen in Ortonville. Open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Dakota Country Ag Service in Millbank is your local Pioneer seed dealer. Dakota Country is now offering soil testing, and they have winter wheat and rye available. Dakota Country also has inoculants for hay silage, both soluble and dry, and inoculants for baling hay as well. For more information or to schedule an on-the-farm visit, call Paul 605-467-0715 or Riley 605-949-4170. Dakota Country Ag Service, your local Pioneer seed dealer in Millbank.
And welcome back into Millbank, South Dakota. Birthplace place of American Legion Baseball. Parkston and Dakota Valley are locked in a good one here as well, 3-2, as Parkston is leading Dakota Valley here in the second game of the first day of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Parkston will come to bat here in the top of the fourth inning. They'll send up batters number 9, 1 and 2 against Dakota Valley starting pitcher Grady Ramos. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for bringing you these games. Pro Image Partners, Millstone Family Restaurant, Whetstone Sanitation, Dakota Country Ag Service, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen, Ortonville, Al's Body Shop, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Otter Tail Power Company, Millbank Eye Care, Schmidt's Landing, Street Graphics, Harry's Implement, Fernie, Millbank Ford, Jurgen, C-Store, Roy's, Sport Shop, First Choice Real Estate, Lewis Family Drug, and Birch Miller Post 9, American Legion Post here in Millbank.
Number 11, the left fielder, Jax Kurtenbach.
All right, that'll bring up the left fielder, Jax Kurtenbach. Kurtenbach walked and was stranded at first in the second inning. Ramos fires in a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. And there is another ball, 2 balls and no strikes now. Here comes the Ramos pitch. That is a strike at the knees, center cut fastball that time, 2 balls and 1 strike. To the Parkston left fielder. Here's the 2-1. There's a hit into the air into left field. Playing him about perfectly out there, his shoulders, and he makes the catch on the fly ball off the bat of Jax Kurtenbach. And that'll turn over the top of the lineup now with Caden Holzbauer.
Leadoff hitter number 1, Caden Holzbauer.
So Dakota Valley scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second. Parkston scored their 3 in the third. 3-2 Parkston. Here's the pitch. That's high on the fastball from Ramos to Caden Holzbauer. He takes it. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the Ramos fastball. That's going to be hit back foul behind home plate. So 1 ball and 1 strike now, the count to Caden Holzbauer. And the 1-1, here's a hit into left field again in the air. That's going a little bit deeper this time. And making an athletic catch out there is Jackson Shoulders. Oh my, Jackson was going back toward the left field fence and he jumped at the last second and caught the ball in his glove. What a nice play out there by Jackson Shoulders in left field for Dakota Valley. I thought that one was going to be over his head, but at the last second, Shoulders made a dive, and not a dive, but a jump for the ball, and he caught it. And there are 2 outs. What a nifty defensive play that was for Jackson Shoulders. Anyway, Carter Summer now in the batter's box. Carter has a single. He scored a run, and he's popped out to the pitcher. Here's the pitch. That's a foul out of play. Not quite windshield territory here at the ballpark in Millbank.
Both signed foul ball.
So 1-1. Here's the pitch. That is low. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to Carter Summer. 3-2. Parkston is leading here in the top of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch. And that is going to hit Summer. So Summer is going to
bring up the right fielder, number 9, James Deckert.
That'll bring up number 9, the right fielder, James Deckert. And a meeting on the mound for Dakota Valley as the coach comes out of the third base dugout. He wants to talk to his pitcher in his infield. And he might take the ball from Ramos, and he will. We're going to take a break, and we're going to catch up with the defensive changes. And we'll be back with more State American Legion Baseball in 90 seconds on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Whetstone Sanitation is your locally owned and locally operated garbage service provider in Millbank, rural Grant County, and along Big Stone Lake. Whetstone Sanitation offers once or twice a week residential pickup and up to 5 days per week commercial pickup. Whetstone Sanitation offers 14, 20, and 30-yard roll-off dumpster rentals for those big cleanup projects. Whetstone Sanitation also has quality portable toilet rentals and septic pumping service. And of course, they still provide 24/7 self-service recycling drop-off. Call Whetstone Sanitation today, 432-5854.
Pro Image Partners. Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. You want the best for work or play. We're your one-stop image shop. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
As the temperatures rise this summer, the Millstone Family Restaurant in Millbank has decided if you're melting, we're melting. With their all-new summer menu featuring all things melty. Start with the chicken parmesan melt with crispy chicken, deep-fried mozzarella cheese on toasted Texas toast. Yum! The cheesy taco wrap and elevated super burrito with Monterey Jack cheese sauce. So cheesy. The super quesadilla, a classic cranked up a notch, and the cheeseburger salad just may be your new favorite. If you're melting, we're melting at the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12, Millbank.
And now pitching is Noah Graham for Dakota Valley. And I think out at second base is number 4. We'll try to catch it in between half innings here, as James Deckard now is in the batter's box for Parkston. Deckard has singled 2 times here this afternoon. Again, it's 3-2 Parkston. Top of the 4th inning. There goes the runner to second. Swipe tag is not in time. So stealing second is Carter Summer for Parkston with 2 outs. One ball and 1 strike the count now to James Deckard. Here in the top of the 4th inning, here's the pitch. There's a grounder, a 2-hopper to the second baseman, and over to first, not in time. Hustling down the line, James Deckard.
Deckard beats out the infield single.
So that's his 3rd single this afternoon. Carter Summer ends up at 3rd. That's going to be Tate Klum now to the batter's box. He has a single and a walk, and he has scored a run. And that, like we said, Tate Klum now in the batter's box here for Parkston. Again, Parkston is leading here 3-2. And they are threatening possibly for more. And that was a nice block behind the plate that time, but not being able to locate the ball right away was catcher Jack Weesey. So scampering down to second is James Deckard. Staying at 3rd is Carter Summer. And a 1-ball, no strike count now to Tate Klum for Parkston, post 194. Here's the 1-0. There is a swing, a check swing, but going too far. And committing to that pitch is Tate Klum. 1 ball and 1 strike now to the 3rd baseman for post 194. And the 1-1 pitch now from Noah Graham. And that's a fastball. It's a little bit low. Two balls and 1 strike now to Tate Klum. And here comes the pitch. That is a beauty. Right in there for a strike from Noah Graham. So evens up the count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch. There's a hit into left field, and that's going to be an RBI single. 1 run is going to score. Here comes the second run, and that's going to score as well. And the throw back to second, and not in time. So Tate Klum is going to get credit for a 2 RBI single that scores Carter Summer from third, James Deckert from second. And it is now 5-2 Parkston. So Dakota Valley, if you're just tuning in, they were ahead here at one point, 2-0, but Parkston has scored 5 unanswered, and it is now 5-2, and that'll bring up Coulter Kramer, the center fielder. And just about at the shortstop position, there's Tate Klum. He was daring the catcher, Jack Weesey, to throw down, but Weesey didn't, and going back to second is Klum. So a 2-run single by Tate Klum. It is now 5-2 Parkston. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Coulter Kramer. So Noah Graham ahead now, no balls and 2 strikes. But all this damage has been done here with 2 outs as they have scored 2 so far. Here's the pitch. There's a dribbler foul behind home plate. 5-2, post 194 has added 2 here so far in the top of the 4th inning. Here's the 1-2. There is a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Noah Graham, but Parkston does add 2 in the top of the 4th. So after 3.5, it's 5-2. Parkston is leading. You're in tune to the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here on KMSD, and we'll be back in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Millbank Legion Post 9 welcomes all teams and fans to the state tournament. Millbank is the birthplace of Legion Baseball, and they're honored to be able to host the event at the new ballpark. What started 100 years ago has grown to over 50 states and Canada, with over 3,500 teams participating. American Legion Baseball, giving players an opportunity to develop their skills, personal fitness, leadership qualities, and have more fun. Play ball.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug, everyday savings close to home.
All right, welcome back here to our broadcast on KMSD, Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD, and streaming audio and video worldwide, BigStoneRadio.com. Bottom of the 4th is where we are. Dakota Valley is batting and trailing to Parkston here 5-2. And Sterling Schaff will bat now for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. That is low. Sterling so far this afternoon has struck out. And here's the pitch. Schaff dribbles it down the third base line, but that's in foul territory. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Sterling Schaff. Vincent Hoffman waits on deck here for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch to Schaff. There is again, dribbler down behind home plate on the third base side. Foul. So count rides along. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Here's the pitch coming up to Schaff now. From Carter Summer, here it is. There's a foul. Out the opposite way to left field. 1 ball and 2 strikes
Power Company foul ball.
to Sterling Schaff. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that is a beauty in there for a strike. Nice pitch by Carter Summer. Strikeout number 6 for the Parkston right-hander here this afternoon.
And now batting the third baseman, number 42, Vincent Hoffman.
That'll bring up the third baseman now, number 42, Vincent Hoffman for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. That is a Summer pitch for a strike. Hoffman has walked and scored a run, so he's still looking for his first official AB here in the tournament. As Carter Summer now, here's the full wind, here's the 0-1. Tried to check his swing, but couldn't. No balls and 2 strikes to Vincent Hoffman. Parkston is leading Dakota Valley here 5-2. Here's the pitch. That is a Summer fastball. You heard the mitt pop probably from all the way down there. That was a lot of heat on that ball that time that missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to... There's the pitch. That is low. So now, let's see, it's... Two balls, 2 strikes to count. And here's the pitch to Hoffman. There's a pop to the second baseman, Drew Braley. He gloves it. That'll bring up Tate Cornelson.
Second baseman for the second out. Bring up the shortstop, number 7, Tate Cornelson.
Tate Cornelson, the shortstop, grounded out. Excuse me. He's singled. So he's 1 for 1 here this afternoon. Again, earlier today, Del Rapids defeated Clark Willow Lake in a pitcher's duel, 1-0. And that's an 0-1 pitch that's a strike. 0-1 is the count. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to first base. Cash Negebauer scoops it up, touches first base. 3 unassisted. 3 up, 3 down. 4 complete. Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament. Parkston 5, Dakota Valley 2. Back with more from Millbank in 1 minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Looking to sell your home or lake place? First Choice Real Estate is here to help. Whether you're upsizing, downsizing, or simply looking for a fresh start, they want your listing. Their experienced team of agents are ready to go to work for you with proven marketing strategies and a local touch and the local knowledge you can trust. Contact First Choice Real Estate in Millbank today to list your property. Make First Choice Real Estate your first choice. Online at millbanksbest.com. Roy's Sports Shop in Watertown welcomes all teams and fans to town for the Legion Tournament. Roy's has been the sporting goods leader in this area for over 55 years. Uniforms, sports equipment for baseball, softball, hockey, and more. Plus, clothing and footwear, too. Get in the game. Get into Roy's Sports Shop on Highway 212 in Watertown, across from Watertown Ford. Shop weekdays 9 to 6, 10 to 3 on Saturday.
Game number 3.
And welcome back into Millbank. Centennial year, 100 years ago, American Legion Baseball was founded right here in this city of about 3,500 in northeast South Dakota. Millbank, South Dakota. We've got the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here all the way through Tuesday. And that will bring up now Cash Negebauer.
The first baseman, Cash Negebauer.
Cash Negebauer last time cleared the bases loaded with a double. He's got a 3-run double here so far this afternoon, as well as a strikeout. The other 2 RBIs, by the way, belong to Tate Klum. He had a 2-run single back in the 4th. 5-2 Parkston. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Negebauer. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Cash. Drew Braley will bat next here for Parkston. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. I think Cash Negebauer wanted a home run perhaps that time. He had a mighty cut at that one and missed it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. There is a ball that hits the pitcher's mound. Shortstop over to first. Tate Cornelson over to Sterling at first base. So Negebauer grounds out short to first. So now in right field for Dakota Valley is Jake Pick. In center is Grady Ramos. On the bump is Noah Graham. At second is Jack Jones. And I think those were the defensive changes for Dakota Valley here. And now that's going to bring up number 2, the second baseman, Drew Braley. Drew has walked and he has grounded out, pitcher to first. He takes a ball and then he takes a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. 5-2. Parkston is leading here against Dakota Valley. Here comes the pitch. And that is right there at the knees, but outside. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Low outside pitch that time, but Braley offered at it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. From Noah Graham to Drew Braley. And here comes the 2-2. There is a swing and a miss. So strikeout number 2 belongs to Noah Graham as Drew Braley goes down on strikes.
And the shortstop, number 0, Mason Jervik.
And Mason Jervik has struck out both times here so far, but that was against starting pitcher Grady Ramos. So here's the pitch now. That's high on the fastball to Jervik. He takes it. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. That is right across Broadway. Cuts the plate in half. 1 ball and 1 strike. Top of the 5th. Parkston is batting and leading here 5-2 over Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. There's a mile-high pop-up on the infield. Shortstop getting under it, shielding his eyes from the sun, makes the head-high catch. Tate Cornelson puts that one in the glove. So Jervik pops out to short. And that is a 4.5 innings complete. Now Parkston does not score here in the top of the 5th. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Parkston post 194.5 and Dakota Valley post 319.2. We'll be back with more State American Legion baseball coming up in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Calling all anglers and adventurers. Discover the ultimate convenience store at Jurgen Sea Store in Wilmont. New to our lineup, live bait. That's right, we've got fresh minnows and wriggling worms to help you hook the big one. But wait, there's more. Our deli serves up savory burgers, mouth-watering Piccadilly pizza, snacks, cold beverages, and a whole lot of yum. And don't forget to top off your tank while you're here. Fill up your car, pickup, and boat with top-notch gas so you can hit the road or the water without missing a beat. For all your fishing and fueling needs, there's only one name to remember, Jurgen Sea Store in Wilmont. Another great Stills and Oil Company Sea Store. Let the adventure begin.
Hi, Darren Mertens here from Millbank Ford. We have a great new inventory on hand here, so come in, check them out, take a test drive, and have Chuck work out a great deal for you for some new transportation. We also have a lot of very nice pre-owned units. If you are in the need of service, call in and talk to Gene, Ryan, and they will take care of all your maintenance and repair needs. 605-432-4525 or millbankford.net. Millbank Ford, West Highway 12 in Millbank.
And back to the bottom of the 5th here. Dakota Valley is batting. Jake Pick is in the batter's box. Fouls one down the right field line. No balls and 1 strike to number 15, the center fielder, Jake Pick. 5-2 Parkston here in the bottom of the 5th inning. There's the pitch to Pick. It misses. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Jake Pick. And here's the pitch. That is a strike at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carter Summer with 6 strikeouts here so far today for Parkston. Here's the pitch. There is number 7 as he strikes out Jake Pick. And that'll...
Following the strikeout, we have the right fielder, number 36, Will
And that'll bring up number 30.
Now batting, second baseman number 4, Jack Jones.
That'll bring up Jack Jones now batting. Jack takes a strike, no balls and 1 strike now to Jack Jones. And here's the pitch to Jack Jones. That's fouled the other way, out of play.
There's a crooked Creek Ranch foul ball returned to the blue tent for a 50-cent piece.
So no balls and 1 strike. You get 50 cents here for a baseball if you retrieve it and take it back to the concession stand. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Ball gets away from the catcher but throws down to first, so the out is complete. Strikeout number 8 for Carter Summer here this afternoon.
Back to the top of the lineup, the left fielder number 11, Jackson Shoulders.
And that will bring up Jackson Shoulders now, number 11 for Dakota Valley. Again, it's Parkston leading here 5-2 in the home half of the 5th. Dakota Valley is batting. Here's the pitch. Shoulders squares to bunt and pops it foul back off the netting behind home plate. No balls and 1 strike now to Jackson Shoulders. And there is a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Shoulders. And here comes the pitch. That's an excuse me hit down the right field line, foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jackson Shoulders, and there is a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's a pitch that misses to fill up the count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody on here in the home half of the 5th. Parkston is leading 5-2 over Dakota Valley. Again at 5 o'clock, it's Groton against Winter Colomb. And there is a strikeout. So 3 strikeouts, 1, 2, 3 goes Dakota Valley. That is strikeout number 9 for Carter Summer. And 5 complete here in Millbank. Class B American Legion Baseball. Parkston 5, Dakota Valley 2. We'll be back with more baseball in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Step up to the plate with farm equipment you can count on. From Harry Implement in Fernie, your hometown Case IH and Massey Ferguson dealer, delivering a lineup of tractors, combines, and hay equipment that hits it out of the park. Need parts? Service? We're in your corner. Family owned since 1935. Harry Implement is built on hard work and rooted in the land, just like America's pastime. Harry Implement in Fernie. Sales, service, and parts that cover all the bases. Harry Implement, proud to support the Groton Legion Post 39 baseball team at the state tournaments.
Here's where the good ideas come from. Street Graphics, Main Street, Millbank, working with local schools to provide ideas and solutions for fundraising. They can customize a design just for you. T-shirts, trophies, banners, buttons, contract printing, they do it all. They work in quantities from 1 to 5,000. Printing and promotions, they print on anything but paper. See them at streetgraphics.com. That's graphics with an EX. Main Street, Millbank, South Dakota, streetgraphics.com.
Looks like Vincent Hoffman is now pitching for Dakota Valley as we enter the top of the 6th inning. So Vincent Hoffman is the 3rd pitcher here this afternoon.
Number 42, Vincent Hoffman.
And so let's see, over at 3rd base is number, trying to figure this out here. 3rd base, I think, is number 15, or number 16 is at 3rd base. That's Noah Graham. top of the 6th inning here. Parkston comes to bat, and they're leading 5-2.
Leading off for Parkston in the top of the 6th inning, the left fielder, number 11, Jax Kurtenbach.
And the left fielder, number 11, Jax Kurtenbach, will lead off. He has flied out to left, and he's walked. So top of the 6th. Again, Parkston is leading here 5-2. As here's the pitch from Vincent Hoffman. 1 ball and no strikes. There's a fastball that misses. 2 balls and no strikes. And here comes the 2-0. There's a swing and a miss. Actually a foul tip. He did get a piece of that, but 2 balls and 1 strike now. And here's the pitch. That is the same pitch, same result. 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Jax Kurtenbach, top of the lineup. Caden Holzbauer up next. For Parkston, post 194. And the 2-2 pitch, there is a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Vincent Hoffman.
Number 1, Caden Holzbauer.
And that'll bring up now Caden Holzbauer, top of the lineup. Tried to check his swing, went too far. Strike 1. He has flied out to left twice, and he's walked, and he was eventually thrown out at third base back in the 1st inning. So no balls and 1 strike now to Holzbauer. There's another strike. No balls and 2 strikes. Vincent Hoffman, number 42, has a no ball, 2 strike count. And here's the 0-2. There's a hit into left field for a single for Caden Holzbauer. So Caden has a single.
Ropes the single to left field, bringing up the pitcher, number 4, Carter Summer.
Now we'll bring up the pitcher now, number 4, Carter Summer. He was hit by a pitch, singled, popped out to pitcher, and he scored a couple runs. Carter Summer. No balls and 1 strike now to Carter Summer with Holzbauer on first and 1 out. 5-2. Parkston is batting and leading here in the top of the 6th inning. Here's the pitch. There's a hit into left center field, and that could find green. That is going to run all the way to the fence. Summer on his horse around second, and he's going to slide in an RBI triple by Carter Summer. And that will score Caden Holzbauer.
Center gap, scores a run, bringing up the right fielder, number 9, James Decker.
So now it is 6-2. Parkston is leading Dakota Valley here with Summer on third. And there's still only 1 out. And James Deckard in the batter's box. There's a pop fly foul. Deckard has a couple of singles, actually 3 singles.
And Kim Krause family, foul ball.
He is 3 for 3. 3 singles, 2 runs scored this afternoon for James Deckard for Parkston. And here's the 0-1. There's a hot shot on the ground picked up out there by Jones over to first, but the run will score. Carter Summer comes in to score. So that's a ground out RBI for James Deckard. And so that's going to make it now 7-2 Parkston. And that'll bring up Tate Klum now with a 2 RBI single, another single and a walk and a run scored. There's a foul back to the netting behind home plate. No balls and 1 strike now to Klum. Again, I'm glad to have everybody along here on Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD, Millbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video, BigStoneRadio.com. We have all the games here on the radio station all weekend and Monday and Tuesday, as there is a pitch that misses. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Tate Klum, or 1 ball and 1 strike to Klum. And here's the pitch. There's a foul back to the screen. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Tate Klum. And here comes the pitch. That's a change-up pitch that stays inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tate Klum. Parkston has added 2 here in the top of the 6th so far to take a 7-2 lead over Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. There's a foul by Klum. So 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There goes a 203 Realty foul ball to the parking lot.
Just into the 2 o'clock hour on a Friday afternoon. Hope you've all had a great work week here, and you're winding it up here pretty soon, probably. Or maybe not. Maybe you have a few hours left to work here on the work week. Glad we could be along with you here. 3 balls and 2 strikes to fill up the count now to Tate Klum. Little Class B State American Legion baseball here. Here's the payoff pitch. There's a shot into pretty deep center field. Getting under it out there and putting it away is Grady Ramos. So Tate Klum hit that one pretty good, but Ramos gloves it for the 3rd out. So 5.5 complete. Parkston adds 2. It's 7-2 Parkston over Dakota Valley. We'll be back with more State Class B American Legion baseball in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Dreaming of a getaway? Escape to Schmidt's Landing on beautiful Big Stone Lake. Whether you're casting for walleyes, perch your bass, or just enjoying the stunning views, Schmidt's Landing has something for everyone. Relax in comfortable lakeside suites, or set up your camper or tent for a long weekend. How about spending this summer at your seasonal RV spot? There are also boat and pontoon rentals, plus a fully stocked C-store with bait and license. Discover a family adventure or a peaceful retreat at Schmidt's Landing. Visit schmidtslanding.com and like them on Facebook. This summer in Millbank, the crack of the bat and cheers from the stands bring us all together. Whether you're watching your grandkid hustle to first base or catching a game under the lights, Millbank Eye Care is here to help you see it all. No squinting required. From clear glasses to summer shades, they'll help you catch every moment in sharp focus. Swing by to make an appointment for a checkup. Millbank Eye Care. Clear vision, community pride, and baseball memories made sharp.
Well, we've got some defensive changes. We do know that Cash Negebauer is now pitching for Parkston.
Parkston number 6, Cash Negebauer.
So that means we have a new first baseman as well, and he is, let's see, he is number 9, I believe.
Dakota Valley in the bottom of the 6th.
That'd be James Deckert.
Number 22, Grady Ramos.
And somebody else is in right field now, too, as well. But anyway, Deckert is at first. Cash Negebauer is on the mound for Parkston. And Dakota Valley will bat here in the home half of the 7th. Grady Ramos will be in the batter's box now. Cash Negebauer's pitch, and that is going to hit. Oh, I thought that hit Ramos. Maybe it was on the other side of him. I guess it was on the other side of him. It looked from here like he was hit, but he's going to go back into the batter's box now with a 1 ball, no strike count. Grady has struck out twice here this afternoon so far. There's going to be 1 dribbled down the first base line foul, 1 ball and 1 strike to Grady Ramos. There's the pitch. That is a little bit outside. 2 balls and no strikes. There's a pitch. There's a swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. There's a curveball that's hit into right field for a single. So Grady Ramos dumps a single into right field. He's got his first hit here of the tournament.
Ramos with a single.
And Ramos is on first.
Third baseman, number 16, Noah Graham.
And that'll bring up the now third baseman, Noah Graham, number 16 for Dakota Valley. Parkston is up by 5 here, 7-2. Bottom of the 6th inning is where we are here. This one goes 7, of course, like they all do, unless your run ruled out before that. Throw over to first, getting back in safely is Grady Ramos. Grady with a real good lead over there at first, and they tried to get him leaning the wrong way again, but diving back in just under the throw that time is Grady Ramos. Here's the pitch. That is a strike. So no balls and 1 strike now to Noah Graham. Here's the pitch. There's a foul out of play to the right.
That's a Bruce Miller, post 9, out of Milbank, South Dakota, foul ball. Return it back to the blue tent by the entrance.
So, no balls and 1 strike now the count. Here's the pitch. That is checked his swing that time, and checked in time was Noah Graham. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Noah Graham. And here's the pitch. There's a single into left field for Noah Graham. Just out of the reach of the diving shortstop, Mason Jervik. So now Dakota Valley has something going here with nobody out. Runners on first and second. Dakota Valley needs 5 to tie, 6 to go ahead, and here in the bottom of the 6th. And that'll bring up Jack Weesey now. Jack has popped out to short, and he is struck out. But Dakota Valley threatening here. Runners on first and second with nobody out, bottom of the 6th. It's 7-2 Parkston for now. And here's the Cash Negebauer pitch, and that is going to hit Jack Weesey. So now the bases will be loaded.
Weesey is hit by the pitch to load the bases. Bringing up the first baseman, number 8, Sterling Schaff.
And that'll bring up Sterling Schaff now. He has struck out twice, but he's got a great opportunity here. And there's going to be a meeting at the mound. In the meantime, the Parkston coach comes out of the first base dugout. And again, we have a chance to thank our sponsors here. All tournament sponsors, Birch Miller, Post 9, American Legion Post here from Milbank, Lewis Family Drug, First Choice Real Estate, Roy's Sports Shop, Jurgen C-Store, Milbank Ford, Harry's Implement Fernie, Street Graphics, Schmidt Landing, Schmidt's Landing, Milbank Eye Care, Otter Tail Power Company, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Al's Body Shop, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen Ortonville, Dakota Country Ag Service, Whetstone Sanitation, Millstone Family Restaurant, Pro Image Partners. Those are all tournament, all game sponsors here. The meeting on the mound is over, but now it's getting a little bit trickier here for Parkston. They have a 5-run lead, but the bases are loaded for Dakota Valley with no out, and Sterling Schaff in the batter's box with an ideal opportunity here for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch that sails outside from Cash Negebauer. And there's a pitch by Cash. That's too far, low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes now to Sterling Schaff. No place to put Sterling. Here's the pitch. That's grounded weakly to short. Scooping it up and making a nice play is Mason Jervik. And he just gets... that might be Carter Summer now at short.
Schaff with the RBI ground out, bringing up the pitcher,
So Schaff gets an RBI ground out, though. Ramos scores. Graham to third. Weesey to second. And it is now 7-3, Parkston. And here's the pitch. That is inside on the inside corner to Hoffman, who has popped out to second, and he has walked and scored a run. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Hoffman. Here's the pitch. That is low outside. That gets away. Back to the screen. In comes Noah Graham. So now it's 7-4. And in to score is Noah Graham. Jack Weesey to third. So now it is 7-4. Dakota Valley chipping away here. They've plated 2 so far here in the bottom of the 6th. Parkston led 7-2 going into this half inning, but just like that, it's 7-4. And Hoffman now with a 2-1 count. And there is a hit into right field, but right at the right fielder for Parkston, who makes the catch. And they're trying to score, and they do. So an RBI sac fly by Vincent Hoffman. And that was a close play at home plate. But now it is 7-5. Dakota Valley within 2.
Hoffman with the sacrifice fly to right. That brings up the shortstop number 7, Tate Cornelson.
So that'll bring up Tate Cornelson now. Bases are empty. But Dakota Valley has hung the crooked number of 3 here so far in the home half of the 6th. Here's the pitch. That is right across the plate, but low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That is low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. That's the strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to the batter, and there's a grounder to short. Summer up with it over to first, and that gets Cornelson. But Dakota Valley gets 3 closer. 6 complete. Parkston 7, Dakota Valley 5. We'll be back with more American Legion State B baseball in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
When Mother Nature turns up the temperature, we all feel the heat. It can add stress to almost everything, including the energy resources we rely on. Otter Tail Power Company reminds you there are easy ways to help. Use only necessary lights and turn them off when you leave a room. Turn your AC thermostat up a few degrees. And use window coverings to block the heat of the sun during the day. Visit otpco.com/tips for more ideas on how to stay cool. Together we can all make a difference to help keep the heat.
Looking for your next ride? Our Motors in Aberdeen is now offering 0% financing for qualified buyers on select Nissan Rogues, Pathfinders, and Muranos. Plus, don't miss great deals on Toyota Tacomas and Tundras. They're the home of the lifetime warranty, so you can drive with confidence for miles to come. Stop in and see Barry Keith at Our Motors just across from the airport in Aberdeen, or call 605-725-8624. Proud to support the Groton Legion Post number 39 baseball team. Good luck in the region tournament.
And welcome back into the broadcast booth here at the brand new digs here in North Millbank Legion Field at Farley Park. Again, you're in tune to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD Millbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video, BigStoneRadio.com. Day number 1, game number 2 of the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. That'll bring up Coulter Kramer now here in the top half of the 7th. Dakota Valley has made this a pretty good game. It was 7-2 Parkston, and Dakota Valley just scored 3. So now it's 7-5. Parkston clinging to a 2-run lead. And top of the 7th, like we said, Coulter Kramer leads off for Parkston. Coulter has struck out 3 times here so far this afternoon. 1-0 the pitch count, and that sails high. 2-0 from Vincent Hoffman. Vincent Hoffman, the third pitcher for Dakota Valley here this afternoon. So it's 2 balls and no strikes now to Coulter Kramer. Here's the pitch. That is one hopper out to the second baseman, Jack Jones, over to first. And Coulter Kramer is out, second to first.
Put out now batting the pitcher, number 6, Cash Negebauer.
I'll bring up Cash Negebauer now. Cash Negebauer with a 3-run double back in the third. He's also struck out and grounded out to short. 7-5 Parkston here in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. There's a foul back to the netting right in front of us behind home plate. So 1 ball and 1 strike now the count. And here's the pitch. That is right across Broadway, splits the plate in half for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, coming up at 5 o'clock, Groton post 39 against Winter Cologne post 169. And then final game of the day, Millbank post 9 against Scotland, Menno, Freeman, Canastota. Post number 152. That game will be in the neighborhood of about 7:30 here tonight. 2-2 the count now to Cash Negebauer, and there's a swing and a foul to keep the at-bat alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count remains. And the 2-2, and Negebauer kind of a defensive swing that time, and he strikes out. Strikeout number 2.
Strikeout, the second baseman, number 2.
For Vincent Hoffman here in relief. And now we'll bring up Drew Braley for Parkston. Base is empty, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. And there's a strike at the knees of Drew Braley. And here's the 0-1. Braley fists that one into short left field, and that'll drop for a single. That'll bring up Mason Jervik now for Parkston.
Braley with a single to left field brings up the third baseman, number 0, Mason Jervik.
Mason Jervik now at third base for Parkston. Jervik takes a strike. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Jervik. No balls and 2 strikes. Dakota Valley in the bottom of the 7th will have Pick, Schnabel, or Jones maybe, and then Shoulders. 7-5 Parkston.
Sponsored by Ottertail Tower Company.
So count rides along, no balls and 2 strikes now to Mason Jervik. And here's the pitch. There is a swing and a miss. So strikeout number 3 in relief for Vincent Hoffman. So Parkston does not score in the top of the 7th. Home half of the 7th coming up for Dakota Valley. It's Parkston 7, Dakota Valley 5. We'll be back with more State B American Legion Baseball coming up in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Are you in need of collision repair? Look no further than Al's Body Shop. Their team of expert technicians has years of experience and are dedicated to getting your car or truck back on the road in no time. From minor dings to major body damage, they've got you covered. And with their state-of-the-art equipment, they can handle any make or model. Plus, they work with all insurance companies to make the process as easy as possible. Don't let an accident slow you down. Go see Al's Body Shop today. Al's Body Shop, Millbank. Quality collision repair you can trust. Dairy Queen and Ortonville is your locally owned and operated DQ serving the Big Stone Lake area and beyond. Beat the summer heat with one of their cool treats like the famous Blizzard, Peanut Buster Parfait, hand-dipped cones, sundaes, and more. If you're looking for the best meal deal around $7, the DQ deal meal cannot be beat. Choose from a cheeseburger or chicken strips, fries, beverage, and a sundae for only $7. Make the sundae a Blizzard for just $2 more. Hot eats, cool treats at Dairy Queen in Ortonville. Open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
And home half of the seventh.
Yeah, for Dakota Valley, hit the bottom of the seventh. The right fielder, number 15, Jake Pick.
For Dakota Valley. Is Jake Pick. There's the ball thrown in, so a 2-ball, no strike count now to Jake Pick, or 2 balls and 1 strike, I beg your pardon. Here's the pitch to Pick, that is low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch, that is low. Jake Pick takes a walk, so now the tying run is coming to the plate in Jack Jones.
Bringing up the second baseman, number 4, Jack Jones.
And that's going to bring up a meeting on the mound from Parkston as they will walk out of their first base dugout, the coach. And I don't know if there's going to be a change here or not, or just strategy talking. It looks to me like there's going to be a pitching change for Parkston, so we'll catch up with it. It's 7-5, Parkston leading Dakota Valley. Pitching change. We'll be back with more in a minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
Now pitching.
Dakota Country Ag Service in Millbank is your local Pioneer seed dealer. Dakota Country is now offering soil testing, and they have winter wheat and rye available. Dakota Country also has inoculants for hay silage, both soluble and dry, and inoculants for baling hay as well. For more information or to schedule an on-the-farm visit, call Paul, 605-467-0715, or Riley, 605-949-4170. Dakota Country Ag Service, your local Pioneer seed dealer in Millbank. Whetstone Sanitation is your locally owned and locally operated garbage service provider in Millbank, rural Grant County, and along Big Stone Lake. Whetstone Sanitation offers once or twice a week residential pickup and up to 5 days per week commercial pickup. Whetstone Sanitation offers 14, 20, and 30-yard roll-off dumpster rentals for those big cleanup projects. Whetstone Sanitation also has quality portable toilet rentals and septic pumping service. And of course, they still provide 24/7 self-service recycling drop-off. Call Whetstone Sanitation today, 432-5854.
And the new pitcher now for Parkston is Carson Bieber. Third pitcher this afternoon for Parkston, post 194. They have started Carter Summer. Cash Negebauer came in, and then Carson Bieber now is in relief here for Parkston. And Parkston is leading here 7-5. Dakota Valley has the tying run on at the plate in Jack Jones.
Now batting the second baseman, number 4, Jack Jones.
Jack Jones 0 for 1 this afternoon. He has struck out. And here's the pitch. That's a fastball that's right across the plate but high. 1 ball and no strikes to Jack Jones from Carson Bieber. Again, 7-5 Parkston here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And here's the pitch. There's a pop fly out of play back right in front of us, literally here.
Forward again, thank you to all of our foul ball sponsors. Turn off all balls to the blue tent, by the way.
And there's a pickoff attempt at first. Diving back in safely is Jake Pick. And the Bieber pitch, a fastball, a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jack Jones. Parkston leads 7-5, bottom of the 7th. Dakota Valley has a runner on first and nobody out. And a 1-2 count. Here comes the pitch. There is a swing and a miss.
And back to the top of the lineup, the left fielder, number 11, Jackson Shoulders.
So Jackson Shoulders now will bat. Top of the lineup. Jackson has struck out twice. He has singled and scored a run. There's a throw over to first. Pick gets back in safely. Carson Bieber looks like a pretty good move over to first for the right-handed pitcher from Parkston. Here comes the pitch. That's a fastball that's just a little outside and low. 1 ball and no strikes now to Jackson Shoulders. Again, Parkston leads 7-5. Dakota Valley has the tying run at the plate. There's a pop fly out of play. Foul.
Foul ball. That is a Crooked Creek Ranch foul.
So 1 ball and 1 strike now the count to Jackson Shoulders. And the 1-1, here it is. There's a swing and a foul back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jackson Shoulders. Grady Ramos waits on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jackson Shoulders. Jake Pick on first. And here's the pitch. That is inside. Just inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jackson Shoulders. And here's the pitch. That is outside. So the count is full now to Shoulders. A patient at bat by Jackson Shoulders here, working the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jake Pick on first. 7-2 or 7-5. Parkston is leading. Here's the throw over to first. Diving back in safely is Jake Pick. And here comes the pitch. That is high, so drawing a walk is Jackson Shoulders. And going to second is Jake Pick.
Number 22, Grady Ramos.
And that'll bring up Grady Ramos now. So the tying run is now on base. And the winning run actually at Ramos is at the plate for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. Ramos takes it high. 1 ball and no strikes. Catcher Caden Holzbauer is going to run the ball out to his teammate Carson Bieber on the bump. Quick little, and I mean quick little conversation over. 1 ball and no strikes now to Grady Ramos. And here comes the pitch. That is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. So now Carson Bieber kind of working himself into a little bit of a jam here for Parkston. With 2 on for Dakota Valley and only 1 out. Parkston up by 2, 7-5. Here's the pitch. And that is a strike that cuts the plate in half. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls and a strike to Grady Ramos. Here it is, the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. So now Carson Bieber working his way back after falling behind. 2 balls and no strikes. He's throwing 2 straight strikes to Ramos, and Ramos is in a 2-2 count right now. 2 on, 1 out for Dakota Valley. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a foul down the third base line. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Grady Ramos. Again, Grady represents the winning run here at the plate. Parkston is up 7-5. And here is the pitch. There is a swing and a miss. So if you're Parkston and Carson Bieber, that is a huge, huge strikeout. And that'll bring up Noah Graham now, singled, scored a run, reached on an error, and was hit by a pitch. And he represents the go-ahead run now. Does Noah Graham? Runners on first and second, but now there's 2 outs, and there's a foul back to the netting. So Dakota Valley technically down to their last 2 strikes here. No ball and 1 strike count to Noah Graham. 7-5 Parkston, bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. That is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike now. Caden Holzbauer walks the ball back out to his pitcher. They discuss some strategy. Now Holzbauer is going back to his position behind home plate. So 1 ball and 1 strike now the count to Noah Graham. Here's the pitch. That's outside. 2-1. Jake Pick out at second. Jackson Shoulders over at first. 2 outs for Dakota Valley, who trails 7-5. Here's the pitch. That's a screaming Mimi down the third base line, but that's foul. So 2-2 now. And that's over the head that time of the pitch for Noah Graham, so that fills up the count now. The carousel should start early here with the 3-2 count and 2 outs. Dakota Valley down to their last strike, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch. That's high, so now the bases are loaded on the walk to Noah Graham. Jackson Shoulders into second, Jake Pick to third, and now the tying run is at second base, and the go-ahead run is actually at first base now, or the winning run, I should say. Well, the go-ahead and winning run, I guess they would be the same. And that's going to be up to Jack Weesey now. Jack takes one outside. Jack has popped to short. He struck out, and he was hit by a pitch and scored a run in Dakota Valley's 3-run 6th inning. Bases are full of Dakota Valley post number 319 runners. Here's the pitch. That is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. So now the home plate jumping around a little bit on right-hander from Parkston, Carson Bieber. And now catcher Holzbauer is out there talking again to his pitcher. The margin for error here gets less and less as this game goes on, obviously. Bases are full of Dakota Valley runners with 2 outs, a 2-0 count now to Jack Weesey, and a 7-5 Parkston lead for now. And the 2-0 pitch now from Bieber. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. Nice pitch that time from Carson Bieber. So the drama builds here in the birthplace of American Legion Baseball, Millbank, South Dakota. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now the count to Jack Weesey. Here's the 2-1. There's a hit into center field, and having it measured out there is Coulter Kramer, and he puts it away. And that is the way this game is going to end, as they leave the bases loaded, and that's your final score. Parkston wins 7-5 over Dakota Valley. We'll wrap this thing up in 1 minute on KMSD and BigStoneRadio.com.
As the temperatures rise this summer, the Millstone Family Restaurant in Millbank has decided if you're melting, we're melting. With their all-new summer menu featuring all things melty. Start with the chicken parmesan melt with crispy chicken, deep-fried mozzarella cheese on toasted Texas toast. Yum! The cheesy taco wrap and elevated super burrito with Monterey Jack cheese sauce. So cheesy. The super quesadilla, a classic cranked up a notch, and the cheeseburger salad just may be your new favorite. If you're melting, we're melting. At the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12, Millbank.
Pro Image Partners. Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. You want the best for work or play? We're your one-stop image shop. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
Well, session 1 is done here at the State Class B American Legion Baseball Tournament as the wind has really picked up here in Millbank. Parkston wins this latest game over Dakota Valley. They hold on 7-5. Parkston wins here over Dakota Valley. Let's tell you how this thing unfolded. Parkston scored 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 2 more in the sixth for their 7 runs. Dakota Valley scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 3 in the sixth for their 5 runs. So now Parkston will play the winner of the Millbank Scotland Menno Freeman Canastota game tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening at about 6:30 or so, 7 o'clock in that realm. Dakota Valley now goes into the losers bracket and they will play game 6 tomorrow, which is about 12:30 or so tomorrow on Saturday. So again, recapping here, Del Rapids post 65 beat Clark Willow Lake 1-0 here earlier today, and now Parkston over Dakota Valley. Parkston post 194 over Dakota Valley post number 319. 7-5. Parkston comes out the victor here. So again, at 5 o'clock, Groton post 39 will take on Winter Cologne post 169, and Scotland Menno Freeman Canastota will take on Millbank at about 7:30. Again, both these games will be on KMSD here in Millbank, as will the whole state tournament here this whole weekend. So, again, we want to thank our sponsors, all tournament sponsors, Birch Miller Post 9, American Legion Post here in Millbank, Lewis Family Drug, First Choice Real Estate, Roy's Sports Shop, Jurgen's C-Store, Millbank Ford, Harry's Implement Fernie, Street Graphics, Schmidt's Landing, Millbank Eye Care, the Otter Tail Power Company, Har Motors, Barry Keith, Al's Body Shop, Strong Realty, Dairy Queen, Ortonville, Dakota Country Ag Service, Whetstone Sanitation, Millstone Family Restaurant, and Pro Image Partners. Thanks to Jeff back in the studios of KMSD for running my first 2 games here today. And again, we'll be back on the air a little bit before 5 o'clock here. We're going to take a little lunch break and we're going to be back with more broadcasting here coming up at 5 o'clock. And then we'll have the 7:30 game as well. But for now, for KMSD Radio Sports, I'm Chad Knowles. We're going to toss it back now to the studios of KMSD here in Millbank.
Open the door to big...